Anything you need, Commander?
Just trying to get a sense of
I
where
didn't figure you'd have time to talk with all that's going on. I mean, there are reports to file, on the Rachni and on Annaleus.
the paperwork will keep. Something on your mind?
I'm just looking for an ear. The debriefing wasn't the right place to say how ridiculous this is. Seems like every other race in the galaxy is wrapped up in their own problems. They don't want to see what's coming.
Mug aliens, we'll show them.
Wanting to believe everything will be fine? Sounds like human nature to me.
Yeah, I guess some things carry across species well enough. I should remember that after what happened with Vernus.
I'd think you'd carry a grudge over the crap you took from Vernus.
Before I met Vernus, I knew as much as any other civilian. Aliens were weird, superior, and tried to tell us what to do. I mean, it's only been 26 years since first contact. That's not a lot of time to understand them. But it was Vernus who made me see how human aliens are. They're not different or special. They're jerks and saints, just like us. Hell, by the time I got payback, I didn't even want it anymore.
I don't see you snapping very easily. What finally did it?
He hurt Rana, broke her arm. She reached for a glass of water instead of pulling it biotically. She just wanted a drink without getting a nosebleed, you know? Like an idiot, I stood up. Didn't know what I was gonna do, just something. And Vernus lost it. Beat the crap out of me. Kept shouting how they should have bombed us back to the Stone Age. And that's when the knife came up. A military-issue talon, right in my face. I cut loose. Full biotic kick right in the teeth. Almost as strong as I can manage now. But at 17, that's something.
You wanted to help a girl you cared for. That's a noble thing.
Maybe my intentions were noble, but I lost control. I killed him, Shepard. Snapped his neck. They probably could have saved him if they got him to an infirmary quick enough. But they didn't. Caused a stir when they shipped him home. Bot training was shut down. Kinetics folded a couple of years later. So, yeah, maybe I hated that Thorian. I mean, if one ass was enough to judge a whole race, I'd hate humans too.
Man's got a point.
A reasonable stance. Keep that level head and we'll do fine.
Staying reasonable is about all we've got left. Everyone else in this galaxy seems to have gone out of their minds. Present company accepted, of course.
Yeah, anyways. let's not think about that too much. While I go down this elevator. Today's stream is sponsored by Croatia. Croatia! When you want Venetia, but better.
Commander, what can I do for you?
Something bothering you?
It's Saren. I'm starting to wonder whether we'll ever find him. He's always one step ahead of us, and he's got those damn Geth.
We're getting close, Garrus. We'll find him.
I wish I had your confidence. I just can't stand the thought of him getting away with everything he's done. I know you're doing everything you can, and if anyone can catch him, it's you, but if there's anything else I can do to help, anything, just tell me what you want me to do, and I'll do it.
I understand your concern, but we'll find him. Just make sure you're ready to go when we do.
Yes, sir. I'll be ready. Can I ask you something, Commander?
Yes, I will make love to you.
What is it?
Are you worried that the Council might be protecting Saren? I mean, they were really dragging their heels before. What if we find him, bring him back to the Citadel, and they refuse to act?
You seem to have some thoughts on this. Speak your mind, Garrus.
Well, maybe we shouldn't give them the chance, Commander. In my opinion, Saren's too dangerous to be kept alive. Too much could happen. He could escape, or the Council might let him go. If we find him, when we find him, I say we make sure we stop him permanently.
I'm glad you see it that way. I never had any intention of capturing that bastard. When I see him, he dies.
Good. The Council won't like it, but they can't stop you either. You see, this is why I want to be a Spectre. You never have to worry about bureaucratic idiots making a mess of everything.
Just make sure you're ready when it happens.
Yes, sir.
Shepard,
So, you'd rather be a merc than help your people?
I'm a fighter. It's what I do.
Aren't you at all worried about what will happen to the Krogan?
What the hell do you want me to do about it, Shepard? I'm tired of sticking my ass on the line and getting nothing for it.
Oh, I know, Baronessa. Let's see, at the moment I've given it 2 negatives. I'm honestly building up to a 3rd. It's really bad.
So you're just giving up on your people?
I gave up on fighting for a lost cause. I'm not like you, Shepard. I'm no hero. Bottom line, killing for credits simplifies things.
You ever think about helping your people?
I try not to. But there's a lot of Krogan mercs out there. I'm always running into them. Half the time I'm being paid to kill them. But that's just part of the job. You don't get to pick who your enemies are.
So long, Rex.
Shepard.
But no, we have to talk to our one true love.
Hey, Skipper. Any interest in a small drink? It's a special occasion.
What's the occasion?
It's Armistice Day, when the first contact war ended. My family always marks it. Since I'm the only Williams aboard, I thought I'd ask you.
Seems like an odd thing to celebrate. That was 26 years ago.
In our family, it's not really a celebration, more like an obligation. Don't tell me you don't know about my family. My commanders always find out. It's not in my files or something?
There's almost nothing in your files. Technical scores and a list of crap assignments.
There's a reason for the crap assignments. I'm General Williams' granddaughter, the commander of the Shanxi garrison in the war. The only human ever to surrender to an alien race.
I see. That's why you drive yourself so hard.
A Williams has to be better than the best, if only to avoid suspicion. That's what my dad told me the night before he retired. Takes a special kind of thick-headed to march into a job where your family's blacklisted. I did it anyway. I'm not gonna let our name go down with Arnold and Quisling. Granddad deserved better than that.
I should have figured this out myself. I don't know how I can help you, though.
Look at who I am, Shepard. Do you ever hear me ask for help? It's not that bad things don't happen to me. If you stay with me long enough, maybe I'll tell you about some of them. But I deal with them myself. I don't need a shoulder to cry on, a knight to rescue me, or a man to make me happy. This is who I am. I like her. And you better like her too. So, you still interested in me? Baggage and all?
Hell
Everyone
yes.
comes with baggage, Ash. The trick is finding a matched set.
That's awful. Tell me you got that out of a fortune cookie. But hey, once we save the galaxy, maybe the Alliance will get its act together. Start acting like an actual government.
We better get going then. Seems I've got something to look forward to after we're done.
More than you know. I have a feeling things will come to a head soon. But don't worry, Shepard. I'll protect you.
We'll talk later, Williams.
Looking forward to it, Skipper.
Okay, we are now officially romancing Ashley. Oh, I'm amused.
Shepard, I'm glad you're here.
But why? Because it's cruel.
Good to see you smiling again, so to speak.
I'm sleeping much better now. I guess I'm getting used to how quiet your ship is. But I don't want this to get in the way of our mission, Shepard. First, we stop Saren. Then I'll worry about my own problems.
I should go.
See you later.
I mean, there are literally only 2 options in this game. Ashley and Liara. Also, she can say whatever she wants about the cookie cutter line. I actually like that line. We all have baggage. It's just a matter of finding a match set. I don't even mean that like romantically. That's true for friendships and you know, just coworkers. You know, just general stuff. That's true. There is a third option. Then the Reapers kill the galaxy. The end.
Good timing, Commander. We got a transmission coming in from the Citadel. Top priority clearance.
I'll take it in the comm room.
Okay.
Commander Shepard, we've received information that may be critical to your mission against Saren.
I'll take all the help I can get.
We've received an urgent message from one of our infiltration regiments in the Traverse.
You mean spies?
Spectres tend to attract attention, Commander, but they are only one arm of the Council. Special task groups are often a better option for monitoring developing situations.
We currently have several infiltration units scattered throughout the border regions of Citadel's space. This particular unit was gathering intel on Saren.
What did they find?
Unfortunately, the message we received was little more than static. The infiltration team must be in a situation where they can't set up proper interstellar communications. But the message was sent on a channel reserved for mission-critical communications. Whatever they were trying to tell us, we know it was important. Considering your interest in Saren, we thought you might want to investigate this. Find out what happened to our team. The signal originated from the planet Vermeier.
Vermeier. Tell me more.
I'll look into it.
The Council prefers not to become involved in the specifics of Spectre activities. We only want you to be aware of all your options, including Vermeier. Good luck, Commander Shepard. We will keep you advised if we learn anything else.
And yes, Morinth is one of the only really evil party members, so that's... yeah. Not much to add to that. How would the Normandy fare against other ships in other settings? Well, you have to understand something about the Normandy. It's basically a prototype submarine, which means it kinda sucks. So, like Star Trek, Battlestar Galactica, Star Wars, StarCraft, they would just stomp the crap out of the Normandy. The only thing the Normandy would have going for it is the stealth thing, and even that might not be enough in some of those settings. For example, I would say that Star Trek, depending on the era, has sensors that could manage to completely ignore the stealth tech of the SR-1. Like, they could probably hide from TOS era, but not TNG. It's funny because one of the things I like about the Normandy is it's not actually... Yeah, why not, Dream Whisperer? I mean, I guess we could go to Pharaohs first. Why would we go to Pharaohs first? That's so strange. Explain yourself, Dream Whisperer. Shake, 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 shake. This... Okay. So, let's talk this out for a second, okay? The Normandy SR-1 is the perfect ship for a player character. It is, in fact, designed for the player character, as we talked about earlier. It's not a fighting ship. The SR-2 was only capable of fighting in combat because we modded it to. So you put the SR-1 in any equivalent fight, even in this setting, and it's going to get stomped. Because that's not its purpose. It's like throwing a luxury cruiser. Well, okay, that's actually a bad analogy. It's like saying which is the better cargo hauler, a luxury cruiser or a cargo hauler. But here, just for you, Dream Whisperer, I will ignore the emergency call from Vermeier. It's very urgent, but it's okay. See, okay, here's the deal. I'm changing my mind. No, we're going straight to Vermeier. We're going to Vermeier. Nope, we're doing Vermeier. Let's do it. Commit. Oh, actually, I should ping these two people.
Commander, I'm reading a signal. Must be our Solarian infiltration team.
Check out those defense towers.
Drop the Mako. We'll go in hot and take them out.
I'll get you in underneath their radar, Commander.
Jesus, Joker. Try not to scratch the paint on your way down.
Drop, Commander.
Good lord.
Stay out of range and continue evasive maneuvers until I bring those AA towers down.
I know the drill. Meet you at the camp once those towers are offline. Joker out.
So, as always, the point is to try and you're right, Natalia, the point is to try and have as much of a normal playthrough as is possible. And I don't know about you all, but when I hear, hey, we've got this emergency signal from a team, we're not even sure what the signal is, that sounds a lot like go do that now. So we're gonna go do that now. We're gonna run over this thing. Yep. I mean, the only reason... Actually, that's a good point. Okay, hang on. I can think of a legitimately good reason not to do this. Hang on. Let's do this. Because we'll get exactly one additional bit of dialogue if we don't do this. Literally one, but it's something. So we'll go to Ferris. Unfortunately, for the sake of review, I'm going to have to be at least... Wait, no, I don't have to be optimal with the quest in ME2, do I? Never mind. So the heaviest ship in Mass Effect, which would be probably Sovereign, versus the heaviest in Star Wars, which is debatable, versus the heaviest in StarCraft, which is probably just a straight-up carrier, versus the heaviest in Halo, which I don't know what that would be. So of those, I mean, honestly, even if we cap ourselves at the Executor in Star Wars, I'd probably give it to the Executor. Well, we've also got the Eclipse, Ventures, and the Supremacy. And then we start to blur the line between ship and station, because it's Star Wars. I mean, do we count the Tarkin? Best thing. Congrats, Lothario. Oh, and Star Trek. What the? I mean, the heaviest ship in Star Trek's a Borg cube, which wins because it's a Borg cube. If we were to exclude the Borg,
interior pressure with exterior atmosphere.
It's actually tough.
Logged. The commanding officer is ashore. Exo Presley has the deck.
That's the funny thing. I could see the Reapers and the Borg coming to the equivalent of an agreement. That's shot up. Certainly a different vibe and feel than Noveria, isn't it? Like, immediately. Look at this. Instead of, like, the pseudo-pristine brutalism, it's just concrete, which is chopped up and damaged by bullet holes.
We saw your ship. Faidan wants to speak with you immediately.
Who's Faidan?
He's our leader. He needs your help to prepare for the Geth. They're making another push. Please, up the stairs past the freighter.
Okay. You got it. Damn it. So just last night, I was playing Division 2. Some to think, why would you play such a worse game than this? Well, no, the Division 2 would stomp the crap out of Mass Effect 1. Gameplay axis, specifically. But worse than that, the controls are almost literally flipped. So I'm already muscle memorying in the wrong direction here. No, exactly, Jaludo. The Borg... all questions about Borg versus, which is one of the reasons I don't like questions about Borg versus, boil down to, who wins the first volley? If you fail at taking out the Borg in your first attack, in your Alpha Strike, there's a pretty good chance the Borg will overall win in the long term. Bad writing aside, the Borg are the long-term thinkers. 40k is the exception, which is the other versus kind of questions I don't like to listen to, because it's 40k. There's nothing to think about there. Well, I've never been down in Mississippi, Seraphim, so I can't speak to that.
Head to the tunnel.
Furthest south I ever went was Georgia, and that was a while ago, a couple of years ago at this point.
Where do I find Geth there? Are you
3 years ago, I think? God, has it been that long?
No, I'll go.
God, I think it has been that long. Anyways, point being. Because I've lived, hang on, it was Indiana, Kansas, Colorado. I've never actually lived in Missouri, but I've been around Missouri a bunch. I guess I can count Missouri. Hello?
Those Geth are bloody dangerous.
Get ready.
I will admit, and I mean absolutely nothing negative about this, I don't get why versus questions are so popular. Because they are. They are very, very popular. There's a reason it was a joke for the longest time that the types of questions I would get on my very show were versus questions. Because I still get them. As recently as this last week. I'm not trying to throw shade, really. You know, I'm not trying to say that there's anything wrong with liking or going into it. It's just, in most cases, there's nothing really interesting about it. And notice the way I phrase that. Because, like the Borg is the perfect example. There's nothing interesting about thinking about the Borg versus anything. You want to give me an interesting versus battle, you give me something like, oh, I don't know, a fully decked out D'Derdex Warbird going up against 2 pyramid ships, I forget what they're called, from Stargate. And then we could talk about it a little bit, right? Or maybe we could discuss, you know, what this particular DC hero would do against this particular Marvel hero, or something like that. Like something where there's enough of a comparison point to really talk and discuss about it. Because most of the versus questions I get are... it's just kind of a shrug, you know what I mean?
Die of thirst. The Geth will surely kill us all.
It's like someone asking me who would win, this character from FF2 or this character from FF6, or not FF6, right? FF7. The character from FF7 is probably going to win because in addition to being a higher power setting in general, they have guns. Like most people don't consider tiers of power across settings when it comes to this sort of thing, you know?
The Geth are mounting another attack.
There, dear. You'll get through this. Just relax.
My headaches are getting better. I just have to stop thinking about the past.
The Geth just keep coming.
I have looked at Terra Invicta. The interface looks not good, is how I'm going to phrase that. Premise sounds interesting. But not as interesting as Wraith. Thank you, Wraith. Very much. I will jot that down for Resident Evil 8. But yeah, like, that's another perfect example, Venter. See, we just talked about relative power levels of settings. Mass Effect is actually a fairly low-tier setting. So you put up an equivalent of something in this versus an equivalent of something else. The something else is almost always going to win. Like you put a biotic up against a wizard from Forgotten Realms. That wizard is going to dance circles around the biotic, right? At least if that wizard is worth a damn. But of course, that's the presumption, too. You also have to assume relative competency and just blah, blah, blah.
Oh, Commander. I'm glad they finally sent somebody to help us.
You're a bit late, aren't you?
Arcelia. Sorry, Commander. Everyone's on edge since...
Watch out! We've got Geth in the tower!
No, no.
Protect the heart of the colony!
I mean, I hate to be blunt, but Reapers are pretty low tier when it comes to these kind of large-scale threats. There's a reason it takes them centuries to sweep the galaxy each time. Not just travel time. I mean, most biotic powers boil down to relatively low-tier telekinesis, if you want to standardize it amongst other settings.
Area secured.
No, I think the Mass Effect and Reapers being low tier is actually one of the how do I say this? It's part of the charm of the setting. I think that's a good way to put that. That's a good question, Black Vulcan. I don't know. Like, let me put this way. If the Reapers were so ridiculously powerful that nothing could stop them, that we couldn't beat them conventionally, and that they would just sweep the galaxy and all we could do is hope for a miracle, then I would become substantially less invested in the Reapers as a villain. Now, I'm not just saying that to be facetious. I mean that in any setting. In any setting where there's just someone where it's just their super mega death doom, and there's nothing you can do, so go find the MacGuffin. That's not something I'm into. It never has been and never will be, regardless of the setting. So I like the fact that the Reapers have an advantage, very high level advantage. We've actually talked about this before. The Reapers' biggest advantage is their Mass Effect shield, which provides two very important things, both of which are discussed in this very game. One, it means that their I guess we'll just call it their kinetic shields, are so strong they can literally ram ships as a standard tactic. Those things can take a stupid amount of damage, and they can use them as an offensive weapon. The moment those kinetic shields go down, that ship is mulched because that's the end of it, right? But those shields are a very, very powerful advantage. The other advantage is, of course, the indoctrination, which, honestly, I would just eject in a Mass Effect rearm if I'm being completely honest with you. But that's the other big advantage they have. These two advantages removed from the board, and all you have is some big ships with some strong guns. And that's it. And that's a good thing, is what my overall point here is. That I like that. It brings the threat into focus. It makes the threat feel more relevant and more real. It makes it feel like a threat instead of nonsense.
Protect the heart of the colony!
Oh, right. This happens every time. Every time. That's better. I mean, even Tiberium and the way it equalized the nod was something that was surprisingly believable back in the original Command & Conquer. Magic, crystal organic goop came down from space. But the main benefit of Tiberium was the fact that it contained a lot of very valuable resources in it, and it could grow. What that meant, whoever had it had a gigantic economic advantage, which the Nod jumped on and used that to bankroll themselves. And again, I like that. That's awesome. That's a great low-tier advantage. That makes sense and makes them seem like an actual threat. Oh, that's true. You're right, Venters. The incredible shields.
Dan and the others safe. After an update, we can head out for the main Geth encampment.
It also lets them pull maneuvers that they otherwise wouldn't. Joker even makes a comment about that in this very game.
The tower's secure. Thanks to you, Commander.
Anyways, let's keep talking about Mass Effect 3 to a minimum, not only because there's someone in chat right now who hasn't played it, but also because it's honestly not relevant for right now. I wasn't even referencing it deliberately. I was making a point that the setting here in Mass Effect 1 is low tier, and how that was a good thing. And that was the only point I was trying to make.
I'm just glad your colony is safe.
I appreciate your concern and your efforts against the Geth.
They may have been slowed, but they'll be back. They always come back.
What do they want?
If you want answers, go ask them yourselves.
We don't know what they're after. They came, they attacked us, that's all we know. Their main base is at the Exogeny headquarters. A good place to start looking if you want answers.
What's Exogeny?
It's the company most of us work for before the attacks. They fund this colony. The Skyway leads directly to Exogeny headquarters. You can't miss it.
Of course, there's an army of Geth between here and there.
I didn't expect this would be easy.
Then maybe I can get this colony operational again.
What can you tell me about the defenses the Geth have set up?
I don't have any details, but I'll wager it's a lot more fortified than the command post.
They landed at least one Geth ship at Exogeny, and I've seen large walking tanks on the Skyway. Expect a hard fight.
What do you need done to get this place back on its feet?
We need those Geth destroyed.
Arcelia's right. There are still Geth in the tunnels. We also have more mundane problems like food, water, and power. I'm not sure where we stand on those matters. You should talk to the people overseeing them.
Is there anything I can do to solve your water shortage?
Maka Doyle has been assigned to that particular issue. If you have any insight to offer, please speak with her.
What's wrong with the colony's power supply?
May O'Connell is working on our power problems. She'd know more about it than I do.
I'll talk to you when I learn more.
Good luck, Commander.
You know, I'm not sure, J. Palmer. And yeah, some of you who've studied history know what the concept of a company town is. Well, here's a company town. It really says a lot about how the Alliance operates at this particular point in history. And I mean that sincerely, because these kind of things have been made illegal in real life for quite some time for a lot of good reasons. But Earth and humans in general are absolutely so desperate to reach out into the stars as fast as they possibly can and claim as much as they possibly can that this kind of thing is being allowed.
This work must be completed. You're the commander of the ship that just landed.
What do you know about the colony?
We just arrived a short time ago. It seemed like any other colony at first, but it's different somehow.
What do you mean?
It's hard to explain. It's kind of like... I can't describe it. You should speak with Fidan. He knows the colony better than me.
What do you do here?
I'm just watching over the ship, making sure she doesn't get any worse. If nothing else, she's good for hiding in when those Geth come over the walls.
Are you the captain of this freighter?
Not originally. The captain died in one of the Geth raids. I'm the last crew member. We shouldn't even be here. The Solarian merchant promised us a fortune. I wish... I suppose it could be worse.
What's wrong with the ship? Isn't she space-worthy?
There's too much damage. Maybe if the Geth stopped attacking, I could fix her. Then again, if there were no Geth, I might just stay on a while.
Goodbye.
Good luck out there.
Yeah, Novaria was generally really good and got a bundle of positives by itself because it was Novaria. I don't remember Pharos as fondly, so we'll see how this one manages. Also, Gum Gum, I hate to say this, but if you're going to try and mandate deliberately starving part of your population, all you're going to do is cause riots and violence. And I know what you're thinking, but they've got discipline! The brain starts to break down at a certain level of starvation. And, you do weird things when you're really, really hungry.
Commander, I was told to make my supplies available to you if you wish.
What can you tell me about Zoo's Hope?
A fascinating place by all accounts, though the Geth have made it treacherous. You might like it here too if you gave it a chance, Commander. I never thought I'd stay in one place for long, but here? I will stay here.
This place is barely holding together. Why stay here?
I can't give you an answer to that, Commander. At least not one that you would comprehend.
Really?
I'll try asking Phi Dan. Maybe he can tell you what I can't.
Sure.
What's your name, Solarian?
My full name is Gorat tu Heranon Maldinest God Inost Ledra. Humans usually employ surname and given name only. Inost and Ledra in my case.
Let me see what you have.
Of course. I may be able to provide a few interesting items.
Well, the War Trust is falling down a little bit, but I'll go and grab the 9 assault rifle. Why not? Oops. Okay.
I'm sorry, but I can't stop to talk. I have to deal with the water shortage.
Is there anything I can do?
The utilities building was one of the first to fall under Geth control. Find the mains and turn them back on. Until then, this colony is dry.
Tell me about the colony.
We are a small group, part of a larger colony, before the Geth attacked. You should speak to Phi Dan. It's his responsibility. He knows the colony best.
What do you know about this planet?
I am not the one to ask about that. Ask Phi Dan or one of the others.
Tell me about yourself.
I'd rather not. This is not the time or the place. Please, help us or don't. Otherwise, leave me to my work.
I like how the colony world people manage to be less hospitable than the corporate world people.
I have a ship fueled and ready to go. I could bring water in.
Unless you plan to make a trip every few days, that wouldn't really solve our problem. We need to be self-sufficient.
I have to go.
I wish you luck.
So let's see. Could the Protheans at their peak stomp the Citadel? Yes. Do I like Caden or Karth more? Karth, no question. However, I've never seen Caden in 3. And so we'll see if our opinion on that changes when we get there. Do I still wish the Crucible was a trap? Yes. Which player character is best at inspiring hearts and minds of their companions? Between Revan, Exile, Shepherd, Warden, Hawk, and Inquisitor. Warden, because the player, that is to say you, has the most options when it comes to the Warden, and therefore can decide for yourself if you're the best at that or not. Let's see here. Which FF cast has the lowest power tier of 2, 8, or 12?
They're everywhere!
Cameras online. All clear.
I think we'll go with 2. All 3 have relatively low magic, but 8 has pretty advanced technology. 12 has massive infrastructure and military, firepower. And 2 has none of that. One big airship is almost enough to conquer pretty much the entire planet. Not hold it, but conquer it. So I'm gonna go with 2. Hitler just know.
That's the last of them.
How do you think they portray... Hang on. Loke says, how do you think they portray the fight between the colony and the Geth from all the fighting between the towers? We consider a good way of portraying a large fight by showing less is more. Yes, actually, I would.
This valve looks like part of a large system.
I like
there
it
are
so
likely
much.
Others we need to
I like
activate
it better
as well.
than the sun. Sorry, random reference. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. You know what I hate most about Pharos? Navigating it.
Now it gets fun!
Let's see if I have problems like I always do this time around. I don't think I've ever not had issues in this dull, gray, brown series of samey corridors. Whatever. I love the fact that they go out of their way to say that Saren employs Krogan, literally just so we have a different type of enemy than Geth.
I think we're good, Commander.
Cool.
You're good to go.
Why do you prompt me every time? Let's see. Questions. Which was colder? Colorado or any of the furthest north states I've been? So I've been to Washington. I've also been up to Montana. And both of them pale in comparison to being up in the Rockies. I've described this before. The closest I've ever experienced to what I call actually cold was when I was staying the night in the Rocky Mountains in Colorado. It was extraordinarily unpleasant. I want you to picture having the heat on, being bundled up, well clothed, in a thermally sealed sleeping bag, and being freezing.
Think we're good, Commander?
Hello?
You don't want to go down there.
What are you doing down here?
Nothing I should be, and anything I shouldn't. No! That was a good one. Very intense.
What's the matter with you?
Just invoking the Master's whip helps remind me I'm still alive. You're here for the Geth, aren't you? You're not the only one interested in those things.
Who else is looking for the Geth?
Not looking for. Looking to get rid of. They're a thorn in the side of the... Trying to get to the... Dying!
This one is no longer fit. We should leave him.
Kill him!
Is there anything I can do to help you? Do you even want help?
Help me? No. No one can help me now. I'd rather die fighting!
Fighting what?
Not that kind of fight. It's like running through a thorn bush. The more you struggle... Time's up. Company's coming. Ask Faidan. Ask him about the... Ah!
Look out!
Oh, they're right behind us. Nice situational awareness there, team. How much money would it cost for me to stream all of Tor? Like all of Tor? $23 million.
Area secured.
Oh, that's wild. I think that anytime I see GM, I think Game Master, aka someone who runs a D&D game. Which fits perfectly with what you're talking about, Gum Gum, which is the really strange part. See you around, Damashi. Do I think Sovereign had a better chance if he used the Asari than Turian? I don't understand the question. How would he use an Asari and when did he use a Turian? Oh, you mean with Saren? No. I don't think that would have changed his odds, really, in any direction. Do I think the Borg could adapt to the Flood? See, there you go. That's one of those questions. So my answer is yes.
There's another one. Doesn't look like it's been activated, though. We should keep looking.
But if you're paying attention, I have actually already answered this question, because the answer is, depends on how the Alpha Strike goes. If the Flood get to the point where they can alter reality at a fundamental level, then the Borg are screwed. If the Borg managed to get a hold of enough of them and adapt early on, well, then the Flood are screwed. It's just rocket tag, as Twitter so aptly puts it.
All targets down.
You meant for the infection part. Well, now I'm just confused. So now I gotta shoot you. There we go. Hi, Neurozez. Probably not, Gum Gum, no. I mean, Saren was a career Spectre who was very good in battle, who was skilled and long-term thinker, who had tons and tons of resources and connections at his back. Like, he was kind of perfect for the job. Sufficiently so that it's likely that Sovereign spent a while looking specifically for someone like him. And given what we find out in 3, no spoilers, that's probably exactly what happened. That's a good question, Nero says. The good news is, I didn't see anything, and neither did you. Nothing to see. I mean, yeah, the Reapers are careful, which tracks, again, going back to my they're an actual threat thing, as opposed to just winning because they're stronger. Which leads me to Canada Bank's question, what makes the Reapers so scary? I just answered that. The fact that they think about their moves, and they're careful and patient, that's what makes them scarier than any of the other crap, to me.
There! That did it! The system is active.
Alright, so we did that, we did that. Is that it? We already took out the transmitter. Yeah, okay, that does appear to be it. Yeah, exactly, Zedslayer. Thankfully. Yeah, I'm gonna skip that topic. Alright, let's see here. Let me delete these. I love how it just reformats it against my will. How strong would I say the Alien Force in XCOM and XCOM 2 were compared to here? That's an interesting question, because the biggest downside that the aliens and the XCOMs have is that their fleet is non-existent. They, in fact, arguably don't even really have a fleet in the same sense that we do here. But if you were to look at it from a purely ground troop perspective, I would say there would be quite a few alien forces which would be able to put up quite a bit of a fight in the Mass Effect setting. I'm not even talking about sectopods. That being said, what's the big grunt dudes in XCOM? I can't think of their names. Is it the Mutons? Yeah, it is the Mutons. Okay, okay. A Muton has got nothing on a Krogan. Just nothing.
The water started running not long ago. Thanks to you, I assume. Now we just need to deal with the Geth and we can get back to growing this colony. Here, a few credits for your trouble. Thank you again, Commander.
Thank you for the 63,000 credits. Jesus, this place is rolling in it.
You're the one who repelled that last wave. They'll be back. And if the Geth don't kill us, we'll die of hunger soon enough.
Are you doing anything to remedy the situation?
I need to boost rations with Varen meat, but it's too dangerous. The Alpha Varen, he's huge and he's mad. Rabid, maybe. Totally uncontrollable. I can't do anything until he's dead.
I killed the big Varen. The rest are yours.
Excellent. I'll organize a hunt when the immediate threat of the Geth is gone.
I have to go.
Here, for your trouble. It's not much, I know, but it's all we can spare.
It's not much, it's just 31,500 credits. So they're loaded and they're, upper level snobs. I know this isn't a lot of money. Drop a small loan of $1 million.
I'm grateful for what you've done, but your heroics don't impress me, Commander.
I get the feeling you don't like me.
How would you feel if you were hung out to dry by every government organization that ever promised to keep you safe? They should have sent a small fleet. Instead, we get one ship. And you're only interested in the Geth.
Yeah.
What can you tell me about the Geth? Do you have any idea what they might be after?
I can't tell you anything about that. I suggest you go to Exogeny if you want answers to those questions.
What can you tell me about Exogeny?
Very little. I work there as a security officer. I know they were looking for artifacts and anything of value. That's what they do. They fund the colony. In return, we help them uncover buried treasure. It's definitely not as exciting as they make it sound.
Tell me about Zoo's Hope.
I can't tell you much about it. You should speak to Fidan if you want to know more.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Commander.
It's alright. We've got about 2 planets till we get there, Act. I mean, they should lose their jobs, Lataria, but that's not how politics works. I could use some real-life comparisons to explain that, but, you know, honestly, I think I'll avoid that if that's okay with you.
Hello again. Is there something I can do for you?
Nope.
Goodbye.
Good luck out there.
Where's the... Does anyone remember where the battery person is? Because I don't remember where the battery person is off the top of my head. It's not over here. Can't go in there. I thought it was like... Nope, that's the Solarian. That's the dude who wanted the Warrens. That's Water Lady. Oh, it might be her.
Not the best shot, but I'll do what I can.
It is not her.
If we could take the fight to these Geth, we would.
Oh, there you are, there you are. I wonder I didn't see her.
Nice work with those Geth. Glad you showed up. I still need the power cells for this generator, though.
There you go.
I found these power cells in the tunnels. Are they what you're looking for?
I knew they'd turn up eventually. Here, Fidan gave me some requisition money. It's all yours.
Ding. And 33,000. I'm not going to stop making fun of that. It's just hilarious. Dingy, run down town, barely holding it together against Geth and Vigil. Have a few dozen thousand money. Now, let's see here.
The Citadel is an ancient. The Council is an executive committee composed of representatives from the Asari Republics, the Thorian hierarchy, and the Solarian Union. Though they have no official power over the independent governments of other species, the Council's decisions carry great weight throughout the galaxy. No single Council race is strong enough to defy the other two, and all have a vested interest in compromise and cooperation. Each of the Council species has general characteristics associated with the various aspects of governing the galaxy. The Asari are typically seen as diplomats and mediators. The Solarians gather intelligence and information. The Thorians provide the bulk of the military and peacekeeping forces. Any species granted an embassy on the Citadel is considered an associate member, bound by the accords of the Citadel Conventions. Associate members may bring issues to the attention of the Council, though they have no input on the decision. The Human Systems Alliance became an associate member of the Citadel in 2165.
Ah, my bad. I was hoping it would answer your question, Lothario. It looks like there are no answers here.
Commander, what can I do for you?
I destroyed a Geth transmitter in the tunnels. It won't be a problem any longer.
Thank you, Commander. We're in your debt. You've taken a great weight off my shoulders. I just wish I had such good news for every problem.
Let's talk about Zeus, Hope, and Pharos in general.
Of course, Commander.
Yeah, by the way, Company Bucks is one of the more horrifically evil things. Like, I hate railroad barons. I've talked about this before. Almost pretty much every nation in the world has at least one point in their history where they have the equivalent of the railroad barons. And that's what we had here in the States. And, oh my god.
Some of the colonists are acting strange.
We're a close-knit group, Commander. Most of us have lost loved ones, friends.
These aren't trained soldiers. Nobody taught us how to deal with the horrors of war.
This is our home. We've watched the Geth slowly destroy everything that is important to us. Don't judge us too harshly.
There's a guy living down in the tunnels. Is he one of yours?
That would be Ian. He's very sick.
He seems to be more than just sick.
He hasn't been the same since the attack. We tried to help him, but he wouldn't listen to us. I can't help my people if they won't listen, Commander.
This is Quark. This is Armin Shimmerman.
Don't you have medical supplies? Something to help him?
I wish it was that simple. Ian was a good man I'd like to have with us. Please, Commander. I'd prefer not to talk about it anymore.
I'm gonna double check that. Hang on. I don't think I have ever caught that before. Then again, I had no idea how much voice acting work Armin Shimmerman did for BioWare in the past, because he's done a lot. Like, we put him out in Jade Empire, for example. I say a lot, I shouldn't overemphasize, but he has done several. Here we go. Yeah, he is. Yeah, you're right. He is also the Solarian Counselor. Wow. He voices Narud from StarCraft 2. I didn't know that either. Wow, lore. I knew he was in D3, and yeah, there's Mass Effect 3. Well, a bunch of Star Trek actors ended up in several BioWare games, too. Like, a weirdly large amount of Star Trek actors ended up in BioWare games. Wow. Oh. And he's in Star Trek Online as Kirahi? I don't know how to pronounce that, but...
I'll talk to you when I learn more.
Good luck, Commander.
Has Shatner been in a BioWare game? No. Has Nimoy? Way no. Both of them are far too expensive for this kind of thing. Frankly, Kate Mulgrew is a little bit of a stretch, although they got her too.
Watch out! I don't know how much more I can take.
And of course, Michael Dorn's been in Saints Row and in Fallout 2 specifically. I don't know. I don't think. No, Dorn has been in. Dorn's in Mass Effect 2. Yep.
And now to the Geth base. Ready for anything, Commander.
Alright, so I'm gonna admit something. They try to give you a...
What are they looking for?
We're picking up a comm signal. It's weak, but there's definitely someone out there.
They try really hard on multiple of these worlds to make them seem larger than they can make them seem because, you know, limitations of tech and time and money. It's actually the exact same...
Still can't get a fix on the location.
Any sign of movement? Elizabeth could still be in there. It's only been a few days.
It's actually the exact same trick they pulled in KOTOR, just better. So, like, we actually saw this on Eden Prime, where we got to see a decent chunk of the colony that we don't interact with. Same thing here. You know, we're like Pharos, which is this tiny, tiny place. And then also, there's these giant buildings all over the place, which are under construction. And we can see a little bit more of, you know, the highways and the interconnection and all that. But so, it makes it seem like it's actually a real colony, not just the shanty town we just interacted with. Now, excuse me, I need to... Oh, I can't save. No! These are ruins, but, well, as we will see in a bit, they have settled? Is that the right word? Let's go squatted. They have squatted on quite a few of these buildings.
I'll wait as long as I have to.
Whatever, I guess. And I suppose that depends on how much they've already made up their minds on it. Yeah.
We've got movement. Some kind of vehicle. Not one of the Geth.
More chatter incoming, Commander. Still no fix.
Dealing with the Geth is more important.
I mean, this has been a very no-effort remaster in general. So I think that answers you, Mr. Ed. Hey, Lateralis, thank you very, very much. Ignore all the negatives, Lateralis. Ignore them. They don't exist. If you want to put that towards something, do please let me know.
Securing point.
Wrong L name, Bragwin.
That's close enough.
Relax, Jong. They're obviously not Geth.
Get back, Juliana. Who are you? What do you want?
I suggest you put that weapon down unless you're ready to use it.
Don't worry about him. He only cares about the company.
And you trust too easily, Juliana.
I'm just glad to see a friendly face. I thought we were the only humans left on this planet.
Fidan and some of the members of Zoo's Hope are still alive.
I thought you said they were all dead.
I said they were probably all dead.
They live, though the Geth have devastated their colony.
We know what that's like. Those damn synthetics are relentless.
Ugh, I hate synths so much. Death to the Geth!
I'll do whatever I can to keep them away from you. But I need some information.
What kind of information?
Ignore him. The Geth are up in the Exogeny headquarters, just a bit further along the Skyway.
Those headquarters are private property, soldier. Remove the Geth and nothing else.
I'm not interested in your company's secrets.
Commander, before you go, my daughter, Lisbeth, she's missing.
They shouldn't waste time poking around. We could do a proper accounting of our casualties after the Geth are gone.
That's my daughter you're talking about. She's still alive. I know it.
Where is your daughter, Juliana?
She was working in the Exogeny building when the attacks came.
Oh, yeah, there were several places she could hide. For a short time.
If she's in there, I'll get her out.
Thank you, Commander. Thank you.
Do you know what the Geth are after?
I have no idea. We certainly haven't found anything of use. Something Exogeny is keen to remind us of.
We need to recoup our expenses. It's nothing personal.
Tell me about the colony.
We established ourselves here 4 years ago. Growth was steady until the attacks. Our biggest challenge has been the lack of resources. There's just so little here of value. Still, we were making a go of it. It was even starting to feel like home.
What brought you here?
I guess I thought this would be the start of a new life. I wanted to go where I could feel like I was making a difference. Instead, everything we built is destroyed. It's very hard not to lose hope.
Lose hope. Thank you, Doom Rider. As always, I will put that towards Patchwalker.
Tell me about the colony.
We established ourselves here 4 years ago. Growth was steady until the attacks. Our biggest challenge has been the lack of resources. There's just so little here of value. Still, we were making a go of it. It was even starting to feel like home.
I sure hope so, Ross, because whatever it is, I don't have it here, which means I already logged it and put it in, and it's done and done.
Where is your daughter, Juliana?
Somewhere at the Exogeny headquarters, I hope.
Looks like it was the RWBY Streaminations.
How did you get split up from the Zeus Hope colony?
Most of us lived closer to the Exogeny building. Zeus Hope was mostly used as a port. When the Geth hit, we scattered. Until you told us about the others, we assumed they were killed in the first wave. If we had known they were still alive, we might have attempted to join them.
They're fairly secure now. Maybe you should do that.
No. I don't think that's a good idea. We have no vehicles, and the Skyway offers little protection.
Like the building we're in now?
Listen, our best hope is to sit tight and wait for company reinforcements. They'll come eventually.
Okay. I tend to read the subtitles before they finish talking, because I read very quickly, right? So, I was reading that line of dialogue, and I did a bit of a quick double take because I read it wrong. Because what I read was, listen, our best hope is to sit tight and wait for enemy reinforcements. They'll come eventually. Changes the tone a little bit.
What was the building used for?
Oh, yeah, we repurposed that structure to serve as headquarters for Exogeny. That's mostly offices with a number of light-duty R&D labs.
Exogeny is a master at repurposing anything and everything.
The company has to make a profit somehow, Juliana. Feros is a long way from self-sufficient.
Stay bunkered down until I find out what the Geth are after.
Of course. And please remember, if you see my daughter...
Then I'll kill him.
They could survive out there.
I was hoping you'd have a moment to speak with me. I've got a bit of a problem.
What do you need?
I need to retrieve some data. It's not a big job, but it pays well.
Sounds easy enough. What's the catch?
No catch, really. It's dangerous work, but not for someone like you.
What is it about you that makes people assume we enjoy being in harm's way?
It's not that bad, really. All you need to do is find my console at Exogeny headquarters and drop the data onto this OSD. It's that simple.
You're awfully quick to trust me with this.
Have you seen anyone else heading to Exogeny lately?
I'll look around if I get the chance.
I appreciate it. That data could be worth a lot of money. Of course, this all depends on getting out of here alive.
Time to get moving.
I could see it, Sean, in answer to your question. I've been chewing on it for a little bit. I'm not going to ask the question out loud, but yeah. Ect asks, what would you like to see in an XCOM 3? So less buggy. Like, fix the way that it deals with vertical terrain. Because, honestly, the vertical terrain thing is kind of brilliant and awesome when it works, which is the problem. So I'm not really being facetious when I say that. If they really fix the engine to handle those kind of things better, handle the Z-axis better, that's awesome. I'm not sure past that. It would be nice to have more interactions on the strategic layer.
The Skyway is crawling with Geth. Package is secured. We're leaving now.
There's two. Oh, right. I know where those are. the number of XCOM style games I want is actually very high. Like really, really high.
Clear.
It's okay, Von Falkenstein. We killed them all just for you.
Wait! Shut down the comm! We've got incoming Geth! Damn it! Shut down the comm!
Yeah! Oh! Oh! Yeah! Almost. Hang on. And now a little bit more. Okay, that didn't help actually. But there we go! Croatia! And then just for fun, yeah! Woo! Okay, I'm done. Yeah. The Mako. That's the name of the ship now. That's the name of the tank. Or the patrol craft, whatever you want to call this stupid thing. Yeah, there's an invisible wall. I keep driving along it. I don't know if you saw that earlier. It is possible to go over that edge. I've done that. In fact, I'm pretty sure I've done that on camera. You know, we'll talk about this more when we get to Mass Effect 2, but for the longest time, it never even occurred to me that people would actually like Mass Effect 1 better than Mass Effect 2. And then I met the internet.
All targets down.
It reminds me of the Modern Warfare thing. Like, for the longest time, you know, to me, Modern Warfare 2 was just better than Modern Warfare 1. And then I met the internet. And the internet was like, no, you're dumb. It's like, oh. Okay. Anyways, I just want you to know this, because there is no way in hell or heaven above that Mass Effect 1 is going to score better than Mass Effect 2. It just does not have the gameplay to support that. And I knew that walking in. That should not be a shock. I was actually talking about that to PAX just last night. Because while Mass Effect 1 arguably is better in the story axis in several ways than 2. Gameplay-wise, it's not even a contest, honestly.
Resistance will be extremely heavy once we are inside.
That's what I'm here for, Melkor. Keeping people sane. What do you mean, Tara? If you don't mind clarifying. Whoop. Okay, hang on. That was not actually what I was expecting to happen. Saying they improved the sequel is an interesting statement. So Pax and I came up with the same word independently last night for the difference between Mass Effect 1 and 2. Really, the difference. Mass Effect 2 has more polish. The game we're playing right now is honestly pretty janky and pretty rough, and it's honestly kind of typical of the type of game that BioWare was putting out for quite a while. Mass Effect 2, regardless of literally every other qualifier, is a substantially better polished and presented product. In my opinion. I hate that I have to add that there, but in case I do, in my opinion. Where's the stupid thing? I don't know what you're talking about. Fuck off this time. All that being said, I'm not sure how well 2 is going to score. I also, you know, I haven't reviewed 2 yet. That's the whole point of doing the reviews. I will say, and this probably sounds pathetic, but so far 1 is scoring better than I thought it would. I've said it before and I'll say it again, Fab Alex. First of all, gameplay and story are actually scored equally. That's the whole point. So, if one is better than the other, the overall score suffers. That's true regardless. Second of all, I don't think New Vegas is going to score as well as people think it will. I've said that before and I'll say that again, and the answer is exactly what you just said. The gameplay. Well, I mean, anybody of you who's seen the document knows there's literally a paragraph of story positives I'm just sitting on right now. One of those debating how many kind of situations. Where is this jackass? That way. Okay. Yep, okay. I honestly didn't even notice Strahexia, so that's going to be my answer there. There's an interesting thought. Oh, that's funny. Anyways, so wishlisting. Oh God, we're back here. Wishlisting a new Mass Effect game. So I'd take the builds gameplay specifically from Andromeda, the vehicle from Mass Effect 1, the terrain design from Andromeda, which wasn't the best, but it was at least there, which puts it on top of everything else. Let's see. Let's go with the character design, focus, and general writing of Mass Effect 2. I'll go with the core combat, the actual shooting of Mass Effect 3.
Looks like the Geth are settling in nicely.
Resistance will be extremely heavy once we are inside.
Help me out. What other bits and pieces can we drag in? Oh, yep. Enemy AI from 3's multiplayer. I agree with that. Also, just the multiplayer from 3. Weapons? I'd take the weapons from 3 or 2. I don't know, I'd have to think about that. Andromeda, I believe, is still being funded and is in fact almost not funded at all at the moment. Last I checked. Alright, we're gonna go for it again. We got this. We got this. What's bad about Andromeda's multiplayer? That would take too long to answer right now, so it's worse in every way is the summary. And I'm out. Peace. I was debating, because, like, I still stand by what I said. The characters are more interesting and just better done in 2. but I could see, like, the story structure from one. I don't know.
Looks like the Geth are settling in nicely.
Oh yeah, get the jump pack from Andromeda. Honestly, on that one.
Damn it!
Hi.
I'm so sorry. I thought you were Geth, or one of those Varen.
Would I call Mass Effect 1 more of an RPG than the sequels? Yes. I would go with that, absolutely. I admittedly don't care, but I would actually agree with that.
You're safe now. But why were you here in the first place?
It's my own fault. Everyone else was running, and I stayed to back up data. Next thing I knew, the Geth ship latched on, and the power went out. I was trapped. I tried to get out, but the way was blocked.
We'll get you out, as soon as we find out what the Geth are after.
It's not the Geth, it's the energy field they put up. They don't want anyone else getting access to the...
I'm here for the Geth. It's very important I find out what they're after.
I don't know for certain, but I'm guessing they're here for the Thorian.
Thorian? What is that exactly?
It's an indigenous life form. Exogeny was studying it.
Yeah.
What else can you tell me? Do you know where I can find this Thorian?
I might be able to, but not with those Geth crawling around everywhere. Look, we need to get out of here, past that field.
Any suggestions?
No, not exactly. But I think the Geth ship is powering it. I've noticed the Geth laying power cables everywhere. You could follow those cables, but there's Geth all over the place.
Tell me about yourself.
I'm just a research assistant for Exogeny. I came here with my mother. I don't even know if she made it out alive.
She's with some others from the colony. She's safe for now.
She's alive? Oh, thank God. I thought I was the only one left. Please, Commander, just get that field down so I can see my mother again.
Why do you think the Geth would be interested in the Thorian?
It's just a plant. I don't know why the Geth would care. Exogeny was studying it, but I don't think they found anything special.
Tell me what you know about the Thorian.
I really don't know that much about it. I think it's some kind of plant being. I know it's very old. Thousands of years even.
You stay put. I'll go open some doors.
Oh, here, take my ID. This should get you past any locked doors. Good luck with that field.
Powering up!
Thank you, Zach Taft, for being part of the show. I will put that towards... Hang on. I'm going to type all this up. Star Wars, Empire, War, beginning of the Rebellion. There. Long... I should have disallowed that just because of how long the title is. What do you mean, Act? I don't know what you're talking about, Von Falkenstein. You're on crack! You're crazy! You also missed that event, by the way. Sorry to spoil that. It's okay, the quests are still there.
Machine. Access encrypted files. No, I don't want to review protocol.
I am unable to comply. Please contact your supervisor.
Damn it! Tell me what I want or I'll blast your virtual ass into actual dust!
Please contact your supervisor for a level 4 security exemption, or make an appointment with...
Stupid machine!
If there is nothing else, please step aside. There is a queue forming behind you for the use of this console.
Aye.
Exogeny Corporation reminds all staff that the discharging of weapons while on company property is strictly forbidden. Welcome back, Research Assistant Elizabeth Bainham. What can I do for you?
Because I have her ID tag on me. And yeah, I remember ZeniMax screwing over Obsidian, although, if I'm being as blunt as I possibly can, that is also Obsidian's fault. I still don't think it's cool, I just think that Obsidian's management needs to be slightly less stupid. And I am not the only person with that opinion.
What information was the last user attempting to access?
Fetching data. The previous user was attempting to access details on the study of subject species 37, the Thorian.
Tell me everything you told the Krogan.
I was unable to provide the previous user with any relevant data. Aside from lacking proper access, there has been no new data available on species 37. All sensors monitoring the observation post at Zoo's Hope have been inactive for several cycles.
What does Zoo's Hope have to do with the Thorian?
Species 37 is located within the substructure of the Zoo's Hope outpost.
Tell me everything you know about the Thorian.
The Thorian is a simple plant life form that exhibits a sentient behavior uncommon with other flora. Through dispersion and the eventual inhalation of spores, it can affect and control other organisms, including humans. The Zoo's Hope control group has yielded interesting results. Before sensors went offline, almost 85% of all test subjects were infected.
Are you saying Exogeny knew its people were getting infected?
It was deemed necessary to assess the true potential of species 37.
It's no wonder they were behaving so oddly.
We should contact Joker.
And of course, this is why the one dude was over off to the side, getting tortured as he was trying to break the control.
Joker! Come in, Joker. Damn it, that field's blocking us.
We need to get that field down so we can get out of here and back to Zoo's Hope.
VI, what can you tell me about the Geth ship and the field it's generating?
I have limited data on the Geth. They have effectively blocked all sensors within the facility. I have detected unusual power fluctuations, but am unable to determine the source.
What do you know about the Geth?
I have no specifics on the Geth as they relate to this facility. All sensors have been purposely decommissioned since their arrival.
I want to know about Exogeny Corporation.
Exogeny Corporation is at the forefront of human expansion in the new galactic economy, funding colonial development and securing resource rights to ensure our progress as a species. Further inquiries regarding company policy may be directed to Consumer Information Services during regular business hours.
Who's in charge here? Who organized the research?
All decisions about local resource analysis and acquisition are made by on-site management, deferring to the board of directors only when seasonal quotas are missed or exceeded. Individual employee records are confidential.
Tell me about the Thorian.
Species 37 was discovered several weeks ago when a small team was infected with spores while examining ruins near the Zoo's Hope outpost. The outpost was quarantined immediately, and study of the infection began. Within 21 days, 58% of colonists exhibited altered behavior. Within 28 days, 85%.
What's the size of this thing?
The Thorian appears to be a diffused creature. Its cognitive abilities are centered in large nerve bundles, but it receives data from kilometers of meandering tendrils. We have discovered bundles approximately 1 meter in diameter, but these seem insufficient to coordinate the massive sensory potential it possesses. It may simply process such stimulation slowly, or perhaps there is a nerve cluster of a greater magnitude we have not yet encountered.
Is it intelligent? Can I reason with it?
The Thorian does not exhibit the focused behavior of a predator. The release of spores is an act of survival, not aggression. It does trigger advanced behaviors in the humans it enslaves, but we have yet to discover whether it recognizes or is capable of recognizing humans as more than tools. It is sufficiently alien as to defy classification at this time.
Do you know how the creature controls its slaves?
The will subversion manifests as intense pain if directives are ignored. The effect is severe enough that subjects are soon conditioned against even minor thoughts of rebellion. Observation suggests the Thorian views its thralls in a utilitarian way. Care is apparently taken to avoid injuring them, much as a craftsman avoids damaging his tools. As long as no action is taken against the creature's objectives, the subjects are free to pantomime a normal existence until specifically tasked with something.
Where's the center of this thing?
The Thorian is present as a weave of tendrils across much of the lower surface of Pharos. Observation of enslaved subjects suggests there may be key clusters that are tended by thralls. Unfortunately, direct observation of Species 37 is limited, or non-existent.
That's enough for now.
So, that sucks. So I think we're all in agreement. We should kill all life in the all Thorian life in the galaxy. Is that just... Actually, I want to go there, don't I? Oh yeah, so Don Crow, you asked something the other day. I wanted to go back to that. You said that in Japanese, names are composed of actual words. Give me what words or phrases you would like to have for yourself, and I'll come up with a possible Japanese name for you. So I was going to ask the chat, what are some words that you think would combine well together to be a name for me? Other than base Delta Zero.
The Geth use these claws to anchor their ships to the sides of buildings.
The Geth certainly aren't subtle. How do we cut the power if it's coming from the ship?
It will be difficult. We can check the other claws for weaknesses, but the Geth are very thorough.
Okay, whatever. I'm down now.
What is this place? Almost looks like the Geth built themselves some kind of church.
The Geth blur the line between organic and synthetic life. It's natural to assume they seek understanding from a higher power.
I do like the idea of combining runner and lore. Since, you know, there's a specific reason for that combination. So you may or may not find this funny, Roman Cure, but my first reaction to you saying humbleness was, no, I'm not that humble. Can't reach it. Favorite weapon in one? I'm not sure I have one, honestly. I suppose a sniper rifle in general. Oh, sure. Like, I barely tend to remember the weapons in one, to be totally honest with you. Which one? What's the difference? Hang on. This one. Now, in 2, I can tell you right off the top of my head, the anti-materials rifle. That thing's a joy. Yeah, the Widow. I know it's called the Widow. For some reason, I've never remember it as the Widow. I always remember it as the AM. Probably because I'm an idiot. Is it a heavy weapon? I guess it is, isn't it? I don't know. I'm afraid not, Gum Gum. I'm afraid you must console yourself with not being stupid. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think the Widow's a heavy. You know what I mean. But I'm not that smart, or good, or confident, or anything, really, so I figured maybe I was just misremembering. There's also the burst assault rifle, which is usually my go-to generic weapon. Filler weapon, really. God dang it. This thing goes so strangely. I'm ready. I drink from a ham. I'm ready. Do it. Yes, she did sell sheep by the seashore. Any questions? Not seashells, just sheep. What is the name of it? It's the, I can picture it. It's like tall and narrow. And again, it's a triple burst whenever you fire it. I'm pretty sure I prefer the Carnifex for pistols. No, Gum Gum, that actually legitimately does not make sense to me. For once. Ah, it is the Vindicator, you're right. So Vindicator, Carnifex, Widow. I don't think I really have a preferred
Same as
shotgun.
before. We don't have the ordnance to blow this claw. Let's keep looking.
So, if I'm being completely honest, I drink from a hand? No. I get what they were going for, but, and this is going to sound very strange, I'm sure, Mass Effect 1 always felt kind of claustrophobic to me. How small and contained everything was. That goes for the Citadel as well.
A containment lab of some kind.
We find a way to break even one claw, and that ship is out.
I'm trying to remember which one the Mattock is just by memory, and I'm not picturing it. You know what, hang on, let me just pull up the button here. So I see a picture of it. Let's see, Mattock. Okay, I recognize that one. Not a favorite of mine personally, but I'm with it. See you around, I drink from a hand. Oh yeah, because KOTOR. I mean, Mass Effect here. Alright, what's our current number? Let's say it doesn't. Alright, so let's do 17. Then 28. And then that. Manabu Hashiro. Interesting.
Very good. The field barring the exit will be down. Now we can go deal with the Thorian creature.
It sounds cool.
That got the job done.
I hope that ship was full of those Geth bastards.
I repeat, Normandy to shore party. Are you reading? Anyone there? Normandy to shore party. Come on, Commander, talk to me.
Is that you, Joker? What's going on over there?
We're in lockdown here, Commander. Something happened to the colonists. They're banging on the hull, trying to claw their way inside the ship. They're freaking out.
They can't do any real damage. We're on our way back. Just hold your position.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll just wait right here for you, Commander.
This place will be crawling with Geth in a minute. Keep together and we'll get out of here in one piece.
I don't suppose you have a TLDR letter, Ilos? Because I was actually pretty excited for Bayonetta 3. The last thing I want to hear is that there's a reason not to be. I don't trust this Cerberus group. They may pay us well, but if this gets out before we develop the antidote, it's just not smart. They won't tell us what they want the samples for or why they want them delivered to the Matano system. I think we actually already... No, maybe not. Demon Teacher. Wow. That's horrific. Okay. Yeah, I know. They don't look at demons the same way. I've played Persona and SMT. $4,000 for a main character role? What? Okay. This isn't 2002, is it? What's really stupid about that is Jennifer Hale should be more expensive than that, like top to bottom. She's a pretty damn prolific actress. You know what I hate? There's a thing. I don't have a term for it, but it's a thing. It's a thing in Hollywood. It's a thing in game design. It's a thing in corporations. It's just a thing. And the thing is, don't bring it up. This actually varies from country to country. It's, ironically, only about half that bad here in the States. In some other countries, which I shall not name right now, it's much worse. And you know what I mean, right? It's the don't talk about it. Don't bring it up. Don't discuss it. Don't air out your dirty laundry. Just leave it behind closed doors. It's nobody else's business. And to some extent, I understand that because I understand the concept of privacy. But you know what I mean when I say this. I'm not talking about violating someone's privacy. I'm not talking about releasing corporate secrets early on. I'm talking about crap. When crap happens and actors or producers or directors or writers are either asked to or compelled to not talk about it.
We should get out of here. I don't think this place is safe.
Like, what? I actually complained about this, and people were actually making fun of me for this. I complained about this all the way back when I was covering Phase 1 of the MCU. Because there were several aspects of the early MCU to which the answer to what things were saying, the answer to what was going on was basically, I have no idea. Because of this mentality, because people just refused to talk about it. Like, why did Gates McFadden quit Star Trek during Season 2 of TNG? We still don't have a definitive answer to that. All these years later. Thank you, Voice of Authorita. I will jot that down for nothing whatsoever. Yeah, she knows the answer to that. She has never spoken about it in any method I'm aware of. Yeah, go ahead, Latteros. Thank you for asking. And I will put that towards dealer's choice, Force of Authority. You got it.
You said you didn't know about the Thorian. I don't like being lied to.
I was afraid. I wanted to stop the tests, but they threatened me. Told me I'd be next. When the Geth attacked, I stayed behind to send a message to Colonial Affairs. I tried to tell them where to find the Thorian, but the power cut before I could send the message. I never meant for this to happen.
Where's the Thorian?
The Thorian is underneath Zoo's Hope, but the entrance is blocked. The colonists covered it with the freighter just before the Geth attacked.
But why are the Geth after the Thorian? What could Saren want with it?
Well, it does have unique mind control capabilities. That's what Exogeny was interested in.
Normandy to shore party, come in.
What is it, Joker?
We're getting a lot of Geth comm chatter. Looks like they're headed your way.
Thanks for the heads up, Joker. You heard the man. Let's move out.
I'm coming with you. I might be able to help. Undo the mess I helped create.
Okay, but we have armor and shields and weapons, and you have a perky attitude. Oh, yep, someone asked about the flag. Sorry, thank you. I suppose on one level I can understand people not wanting to deal with the negative, but there's just been so many times historically where trying to keep something quiet has invariably been worse than not. You know, than just being like, yeah, this is what happened. Yeah, the Streisand effect, that's pretty much exactly it. So named for a friggin' reason. Now, having just explained that it's important to be open and honest with people about things, I'm going to continue to not explain the Croatian flag. Okay, the joke is not explaining it. If you actually want it explained, Bregman just linked it to you. That's the thrust of it. If you want the full story, I mean, why not? Since I gotta go kill some people here. Tanks. They're in, aren't they? So who's shooting me? What was the name, Tara, again? I've already forgotten it. If some Serbs take offense to that... You know what? Hang on, let me walk that back. If some people take offense to that, I don't give a damn, to be completely blunt here. So here's the full story. Some of you may know that the Makos... Well, it's a little weird, right? It's a little off in how it operates. And so... one of the most well-known points in this game where you can just screw with the Mako is to skip going around the sideway on whatever the planet is, the planet where you recruit Liara. So I was like, I'm going to go the main way, and I don't think I've ever actually succeeded at going that way, and I know I've never succeeded at doing it on camera. So I just kept trying for like 10 minutes as we were just chatting. And finally, I was mentally at the point where I was willing to give up. And I have a viewer named Croatia HF, I think is the specific name. Hang on, put that up real quick. Croatia HF, I was right. So Croatia HF shows up and says, "One more time!" And I'm like, very well, for Croatia! And I just went for it, and by luck or circumstance, actually for the first time in my life, made it. So it became a thing.
Is there anybody? Is there anyone picking this up?
Get away from that radio!
What was that all about?
This is Juliana Bainham of Pharaoh's Colony. Please help us.
That's my mom! Stop! Stop! They're over!
And again, yeah, the joke was to not explain it, but as I just mentioned, I don't want people freaking out or thinking it's a thing when it really isn't, so there's your explanation.
You can't do this, Jong.
Everyone shut up! Let me think.
What's going on?
You won't get away with this.
Get her out of here!
Get away from her, you son of a bitch!
Lisbeth!
Damn it! Come out where I can see you! All of you! Shepard. Damn it. I knew it was too much to hope the Geth would kill you. I found some interesting facts about you in the Exogeny database. I know what you did during the Blitz, but your heroics aren't needed here.
We can talk this out. Nobody needs to get hurt.
You don't understand. It's not that easy. Communications are back up. Exogeny wants this place purged.
This is a human colony, Jong. You can't just repurpose us.
It's not just you. There's something here far more valuable than a few colonists.
Thank you, Darth Trinius. It is good to see you. I hope you're doing as well as you can. I will put that towards the Dragon Age blog. Now, hopefully I won't get another sub like right now as I'm typing this, because that would be really embarrassing. Thank you, Justin. I am enjoying Mass Effect. Ironically, more than I thought I would be, which is funny because I said that the last time I played it too. I will put that towards the Terran Gambit. I did see the, I think it's the command carrier, which I was excited about until I actually looked at its specific traits and console. I was like, oh, that sucks. But it's at least cool looking, so that's something, right?
You're after the one unique thing Pharos has, the Thorian.
The what?
It's a telepathic life form living under Zoo's hope. It's taking control of the colonists there. Exogeny knew all along.
You won't get away with this, Jong.
So you keep saying, but nobody's gonna miss a few colonists.
Oh, wow. I actually don't have enough points to talk him down.
You've gone way too far. This ends now.
If that's the way it has to be, heck, come on, come on!
Okay. Would you like to fight me?
As if we don't have enough problems. Now we're shooting each other in the back.
It's my fault.
No, that was his
I knew
front,
what was
ma'am.
going on, and I didn't do anything.
Don't you start. You do good work, and you know it. So what now, Commander?
Like, this is the front of a person. This is the back. Do we need to do some basic discussion? Maybe she's been affected by the Thorian. Thank you, von Falkenstein. As always, I appreciate, and I will put that towards Thea 1 and Thea 2.
I'll deal with the Thorian, then make sure you're safe.
The colonists won't let you near the Thorian. They die first. They're under its control.
What else am I supposed to do?
There's gotta be another way.
How about one of the most unique quests in the entire
You
franchise?
safely use a nerve agent to neutralize the colonists.
Like a gas grenade.
Oh, WoW has this. That doesn't surprise me, but...
Releasing clouds of nerve gas doesn't seem like a particularly good idea.
It's not like it's weapons grade. The insecticide we use in the grow labs contains trace amounts of tetraclopine, a neuromuscular degenerator. If their nervous systems are already weakened, it may act as a paralyzing agent.
We might be able to adapt a concussion grenade to deploy it.
Sounds good. I'll do what I can.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Commander.
So how many of you played this game, did this whole thing, and were like, alright, I'm good to go, and started grenading the colonists? Not equipped this mod, just started grenading the colonists. That should be an awkward zombie. She could do a better job of drawing that than I could. I'll save you! Don't worry! No one has to die! Tanzo Gosetsu. Interesting. That's funny, because I actually rather like Gosetsu from Final Fantasy XIV.
Stay out of your way until you clear a path. Good luck.
My favorite Mass Effect joke that Awkward Zombie has done is when Shepard finds out that the Quarian world has no insects on it. So immediately is like, oh my god, and rushes around, gets all the Geth, flings them off the planet, and then just gets in a lounge chair. Yeah, so let's grab a backup save here, because this is probably going to go badly. As is evidenced by my driving. And seeing through the ceiling. Which one am I being linked here? We're the only ones with the power to open doors. That's true in any game. I'm sorry, what's up, Dream Whisper? What's up? What's up? What's up? Oh god! Oh god, Dream Whisper's trying to kill me. Listen, I am a damn good driver. I am just this good of a driver. Yeah! Check that out. How many people can do that, huh? Oh, right. Kind of forgot. I can upgrade Charm 1 point. Just the one. I suppose I can level anyways while we're here. Let's see. Let's go with this. And this. Yeah, imagine a world with no mosquitoes. Just no mosquitoes anywhere. I call that paradise. It's a good question, Zacteft. I do not know. But someone asked if I'm preferring this over Tor. It's an interesting question. I'm not sure I actually have a normal answer to that. Like, on the one hand, obviously Tor is hard to compare to any other game because it's an MMO. That's why MMOs are treated separate in that list. I will also admit that Tor was generally enjoyable from a story perspective and kind of bleh on a gameplay perspective, which should sound familiar. Let me just get some levels here. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. See? Levels. If we're thinking purely story, Tor as a whole has a better story than Mass Effect 1. Tor in specific has either a substantially worse or substantially better story than Mass Effect 1. It's Tor. So we've actually already fought these two. But, you know, hi. Well.
What is that? There's no way that's human. Infection or not.
No hitting the colonists, even if the Thorian makes them fire on us. That's what the gas grenades are for.
You got it, Commander. Let's do this.
How do I detonate the grenades?
Get down!
Never mind. Nothing. Literally nothing. There we go. I will save some of you. Spare the few. I am out of grenades. Interestingly, though, they are not shooting, which is what I was really testing. Murder these people here. Murder, 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 murder. And reload. Those were the colonists, Gunga. This city must be purged. Okay, so they are straight up invincible until they're activated. Oh yeah, totally low. And by which I mean I don't think I've gotten a single one this entire game. Again, let's try to get everyone here. One bundle.
Incoming!
There we go. Gotta be efficient about these because we do not have a lot of grenades. Yeah, I've had to do the melee approach several times. No, the opposite of that, Zactapt. His sister was much better than Arkin, whatever his damn name was. So they heard you like zombies. What? Yeah, just see it just kind of attached to her neck. Like, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's okay. I have one grenade left. Over here, zombies. Over here. Over here. Oh my god. Really? Over here. I keep meaning to add this to the ability.
They are definitely protecting the Borealis. We've got to move one of those cargo cars.
Well, that's not what I was expecting to see over here, but that works out well-ish. Okay.
Incoming!
Yay, grenades. You nerds. I do love how I still get experience for not killing people. It's nice, you know? Come on. Over here. Flutters here.
There's the crate. Can you make sense of the controls, Commander?
For the first time, Lord Firestorm, ever. Well, technically second time ever, but whatever. I've told that story too many times. It's the first time I'm committing to a male shepherd. There we go, that's a better way to put that. Now, what stupid creeper is left alive somewhere? Yeah, I mentioned it earlier. I honestly think the people look a little bit worse. For reasons that would take me a minute to explain. But the terrain looks substantially better. Pretty much across the board. Even though it's probably basic upscaling on the textures, I still appreciate it. Hello, Retro Gaming Nerd. I don't know if this counts, but... Hi. So I listed this as a classic run, obviously, because anybody who knows the definition of a classic run is it's a game I've played before, sufficient to change the review structure, as opposed to a premiere run where I'm playing a game effectively blind. However, someone saw that and was like, oh my god, Mass Effect's a classic already? I feel old. I was like, no, that's not the intent. Hell, if I were to review The Division 2, that would be a classic run. Or Metroid Dread, at this point. Obviously, I wouldn't because I've already reviewed Metroid Dread, but you get the idea. I mean, again, I haven't played this game in 8 years, so... I already... I did. I did not. Three Houses would be a... I'd probably put Three Houses as classic, because even though 2/3 of the game is premiere, I know enough of the game that I think it qualifies as classic for the purposes of making that distinction. We actually had a discussion about this at one point. The whole point is, as a reviewer, your mentality is different when you know the thing you're reviewing as opposed to when you're walking in blind. That's true whether it's food, or movies, or a book, or a game. I know enough about Three Houses to be able to discuss aspects of its gameplay and its structure and its characters right now, just from memory, hence classic run. Admittedly, I was workshopping different names for a while there. Because of obvious connotations, right? The problem is neither I nor anybody else ever came up with something better than Classic Run. Classic Run it is. Record for gameplay negatives? Give me a second. I can actually tell you that. I can only tell you by net gameplay, but if you give me a second. Tor, which had negative 204 to gameplay. Now that's an MMO, so that's a little bit different. But yeah. Other than Tor, so a non-MMO, the answer would be Mega Man X7, which had negative 49. Yeah, I think we may be straight up bugged. I do not see someone else in any location or circumstance. Let's try this again. Okay.
I tried to fight it, but it gets in your head. You can't imagine the pain. I was supposed to be their leader. These people trusted me. It wants me to stop you, but I won't. I won't! Alright, well. Time to base Delta 0.
That'll be a base Delta Zero. I repeat, base Delta Zero. There are several Mega Man games with terrible voice acting, but X7 is one of them, yes. Nah, I'll leave the helmets off. We're fine. We're fine. Oh, yeah. Breathe that in. Breathe that wonderful air. Just. So who's ready for their second attempt at a boss fight?
All right, we just need to find this creature and determine what it... What is that?
Pretty gross.
That does not look like any plant I've ever seen. This may be problematic.
So what would you do with the second of, like, 4 choices that matter in this game? Also gross.
Invaders, your every step is a transgression. 1,000 feelers appraise you as meat, good only to dig or decompose. I speak for the old growth as I did for Saren. You are within and before the Thorian. It commands that you be in awe.
You gave something to Saren. Something I need.
Saren sought knowledge of those who are gone. The old growth listened to flesh for the first time in the long cycle. Trades were made. Then cold ones began killing the flesh that would tend the next cycle. Flesh fairly given. The old growth sees the air you push as lies. It will listen no more.
I won't let you keep your thralls. Release them, now!
No more will the Thorian listen to those that scurry. Your lives are short, but have gone on too long. Your blood will feed the ground in the new growth.
Unlike the Rachni, where honestly, for me, it's a much easier choice to save the queen. Here, not so much.
Definitely something different in this area.
Yeah, the Thorian looks pretty gross. Gross. Hey. I'm with you on that, Solar Gallus. Although, of course, as we all know, that wasn't really Venezia, and blah, 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 blah. As usual, mind control just kind of screwed with things. Oh yeah, before I forget. You know what? Yes, Zactep. I would agree with that. Oh, they just... okay. Now you do. Clones getting the guns from? Creepers make sense. They stab and attack and do zombies. But the clones come out armed and clothed. It's okay. I'm used to danger clothes, Zactat. Oh, they call me General Shepard. I think you're actually right, Asmus. As terrifying and dangerous as the thought that is. Yeah, she doesn't just have a gun, she has a frickin' shotgun. Where are you getting ammo from? I mean, I know ammo doesn't really exist, but it kind of does. You do put a chunk of metal in there. I mean, honestly, that's not going to stop being true, Mr. Red. I'm just going to spoil that for you.
Commander Shepard, we're on the right track.
I hope so. A couple of these things at this point. I will admit, though, so what Mr. Red mentioned is kind of tied into what we were talking about earlier with regards to Mass Effect 1 versus 2. As I've said many times, I value gameplay and story, right? That's kind of the idea, is to have both. Without both, what I have is tolerating one for the sake of the other, which is the norm, of course. At the end of the day, I'd prefer WoW over Lotro because WoW is fun to play. You know? That's just... no judgment one way or the other, that's just the way my mind leans. That's why I don't really recommend Lotro, because Lotro on the gameplay axis would probably surpass Tor in the gameplay negatives. And that is damned impressive. Are you gonna... There you go.
I'm better now.
Would I set an entire game on the Citadel? Yes. 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 Okay, we're good. Yes. Okay. The question is, what genre would you most want to set a game on the Citadel? Because I can think of several that would slide in there just very smoothly. There's obviously, like, you know, management sim, planner kind of a thing. You could have, like, a choose-your-own-adventure style thing. You could have a basic RPG. You could have a Telltale game. You know, etc., right? There's a lot. Sure I am. Owen, you gonna help me with these?
I'm free. I suppose I should thank you for releasing me.
Is everything all right? Are you hurt?
I am fine, or I will be, in time. My name is Shiala. I served Matriarch Benezia. When she allied herself with Saren, so did I. Benezia foresaw the influence Saren would have. She joined him to guide him down a gentler path. But Saren is compelling. Benezia lost her way.
Are you saying Saren can control minds?
Benezia underestimated Saren, as I did. We came to believe in his cause and his goals. The strength of his influence is troubling.
She tried to manipulate Saren, but in the end, her plan backfired.
Asari matriarchs are among the most intelligent and powerful beings in the galaxy. How could one fall under Saren's control?
Saren has a vessel, an enormous warship unlike anything I've ever seen. He calls it Sovereign. It can dominate the minds of his followers. They become indoctrinated to Saren's will. The process is subtle. It can take days, weeks, but in the end, it is absolute. I was a willing slave when Saren brought me to this world. He needed my biotics to communicate with the Thorian, to learn its secrets. Saren offered me in trade. I was sacrificed to secure an alliance between Saren and the Thorian.
Saren's pretty quick to betray his own people.
He was quick to betray the Thorian, too. After he had what he wanted, he ordered the Geth to destroy all evidence of its existence. Saren knows you are searching for the conduit. He knows you are following his steps. He attacked the Thorian so you could not gain the cipher.
What's the cipher? And why did Saren need it?
The beacon on Eden Prime gave you visions. But the visions are unclear, confusing. They were meant for a Prothean mind. To truly comprehend them, you must think like a Prothean. You must understand their culture, their history, their very existence. The Thorian was here long before the Protheans built this city. It watched and studied them. When they died, it consumed them. They became a part of it.
So the Thorian taught Saren to think like a Prothean. How?
The cipher is the very essence of being a Prothean. It cannot be described or explained. It would be like describing color to a creature without eyes. To understand, you must have access to endemic ancestral memory, a viewpoint spanning thousands of Prothean generations. I sensed this ancestral memory, the cipher, when I melded with the Thorian. Our identities merged, our minds intertwined. Such knowledge cannot be taught. It simply exists.
I need that knowledge to stop Saren.
There is a way. I can transfer the knowledge from my mind to yours, as I did with Saren. Try to relax, Commander. Slow, deep breaths. Let go of your physical shell. Reach out to grasp the threads that bind us, one to another. Every action sends ripples across the galaxy. Every idea must touch another mind to live. Each emotion must mark another's spirit. We are all connected. Every living being united in a single glorious existence. Open yourself to the universe, Commander. Embrace eternity.
Oh yeah. Sorry, this is another disturbing imagery warning. There's gonna be another one later. I always forget these exist. Like, for some reason, I just forget this crap is even in Mass Effect. Probably because I tend to just blank it out every time I see it. It is disturbing imagery, designed to be disturbing.
I have given you the cipher, just as it was given to Saren. The ancestral memories of the Protheans are a part of you now.
What just happened? Are you okay?
I saw something. It still didn't make any sense.
You have been given a great gift. The experience of an entire people. It will take time for your mind to process this information.
You look pretty rough. We should get you back to the ship.
I'm sorry if you have suffered, but there was no other way. You needed the cipher. In time, it will help you understand the vision from the beacon.
Do you know what the conduit is? Or where it is?
No, I'm sorry. All I know is that Saren believes the conduit was the key to the Prothean extinction.
Well, then whatever it is, we can't let him have it.
You have the cipher. In time, your visions will clear. They will lead you to the conduit. I only pray you find it before Saren does.
As for Venture's question, not really. There's a very, very vague concept of synthetic flesh and the combination / opposition of the two. But that's it, really. Because, yeah, the other thing we're not going to talk about yet, because we're not there yet.
Is there anything else you can tell me about the Thorian?
When the creature enveloped me, I became part of it. But I still don't truly understand it. So alien, so ancient. Its exact age is impossible to know. It measured time differently. 10,000 years of hibernation broken by a few frantic centuries of activity. Its mind was awesome, magnificent. It transcended all classification. And now it is gone.
Don't tell me you feel sorry for that thing.
The Thorian was a unique life form. A sentient being that lived for 50,000 years, maybe more. There is nothing even remotely like it in the known galaxy. I am grateful you saved me from a life of thraldom. Yet I cannot help but feel some sorrow for the loss of such a rare and remarkable creature.
Is there anything else you can tell me about the Thorian?
When the creature enveloped me, I became part of it, but I still don't truly understand it. So alien, so ancient. Its exact age is impossible to know. It measured time differently. 10,000 years of hibernation broken by... Its mind was awesome, magnificent. It transcended all classification. And now it is gone.
What else can you tell me about Saren?
There is little I could tell you that you do not already know. He's powerful, he's charismatic. And he is dangerous. Once I followed him, blind to his true nature. But now I see he's leading the galaxy into an age of darkness and suffering.
Now that you're free of the Thorian, what are you planning to do next?
If you allow it, I would like to stay here with the colonists. They have suffered greatly, and I played a role in their suffering. I would like to make amends.
The colonists will need all the help they can get. They'll be happy to have you on their side.
Thank you, Commander. May fortune smile upon you.
You did it. With the Thorian gone, we can start rebuilding for ourselves again. And we're free of Exogeny's threats. We're back to being just a little nowhere colony. Thank you, Commander.
Don't worry, they're definitely not indoctrinated.
You saved most of the infected. It'll take time to recover from
Most?
effects, but they'll be all right. Thank you.
It'll be tough going, but we'll make this a home.
It's nice to finally get the support we deserve.
Alright, Armin Shimmerman killed himself there, so we... do that.
Any luck finding my workstation out in the ruins?
I managed to find the data and transfer it to your OSD.
That's very good news indeed, thank you.
I was there anyway. It was the least I could do.
Well, I appreciate it. Here, you've certainly earned this. Thanks again, Commander.
So, the reason my Shepherd is 80 years old is A, I liked the look. B, you know, male. But C, I have a joke I want to do later.
I fought so hard. I will do what I can to assist the colony in this. Farewell, Commander.
I think we're done here now. Yeah. So now it's time to hit up vermeier. I mean, I'm not a big fan of lemon, I'm not a big fan of lime, and I'm not a big fan of drinks. Or life. Or darkness, or anything! Why would we get her as a party member? We already have an Asari. We've hit our quota, we're good. So, Protheans versus Reapers. Would you prefer an RTS or a 4X version thereof? I feel like an RTS would suit that a little bit better. Especially given how much this franchise tends to focus on ground. Plus, I don't know. It would be interesting to have the Protheans, like playing as the Protheans, and having an option to, let's call it historical mode, where you have everything going against you. All the internecine problems, all the indoctrination problems, all the everything problems, and somehow trying to survive.
Stand by.
I think that could be cool.
Decontamination in progress.
Commander, you look pale. Are you suffering any ill effects from the cipher?
The cipher shook me up a bit.
I might be able to help you. I am an expert on the Protheans. If I join my consciousness to yours, maybe we can make some sense of it.
Sure, that sounds good.
Do it. Hurry. We don't have much time.
Relax, Commander. Embrace eternity.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting they keep showing this guy. I really do keep forgetting that they keep showing this damn thing. There should be like one more time, I think, when they show this off.
That was incredible. All this time, all my research, yet I never dreamed. I am sorry. The images were so vivid. I never imagined the experience would be so intense. You are remarkably strong-willed, Commander. What you have been through, what you have seen, would have destroyed a lesser mind.
Come on, get to the point. What did you see?
The beacon on Eden Prime must have been badly damaged. Large parts of the vision are missing. The data transferred into the Commander's mind is incomplete.
You sure you didn't come across any kind of clue or hint? Something we might have missed?
Everything I saw you already know. You were right about the Reapers. The Protheans were destroyed by a race of sentient machines. I think it is obvious there is a connection between the Reapers, the Prothean extinction, and the Conduit, but I did not see anything that would help us find it.
What's our next move?
I was able to interpret the data relayed through your vision, what was there at least, but something was missing. Saren must have the missing information. Maybe he found another beacon. If we can find the missing data from your vision, I can... Oh, I am sorry. The joining is exhausting. I should go to the medical bay and lie down for a moment.
Didn't tire me out.
Dr. Chakwas should take a look at you.
That will not be necessary. I just need some rest. Somewhere quiet.
Are you sure it was the joining? I feel fine.
Your role in our communion is passive. I am the one who must submerge myself in your mind, drown myself in your thoughts. It is more difficult than it looks. The human subconscious instinctively resists the joining, Commander. A strong personality like yours makes it even harder.
Sorry.
We're done here. Dismissed.
Alright, who's ready for it? Who's ready for it?
I've sent off the Pharos report, Commander. You want me to patch you through to the Council?
Patch him through, Joker.
Setting up the link now, Commander.
Commander, is this some kind of game? Are you calling in a report just so you can cut us
Wait, no!
Don't piss me off and I won't
My God, it was a misclick!
You don't make demands on us, Shepard. Spectres answer to the Council, not the other way around.
Goodbye, Chancellor.
That never gets old, does it?
Oh well. And I can't escape out. Actually, hang on. Let's just put this here. No, Melkor, I don't have it in me. Let me test some. Real quick. Nope. Okay, whatever. We're fine. I have no idea, Trihexia. I actually answered that earlier, but I guess you didn't hear me. Okay. So the whole reason we did that was to talk to our one true love. Caden.
Anything you need, Commander?
Just trying to get a sense of where the crew's at. Thoughts?
We're all in for the duration. You can count on everyone to do their duty.
What's your opinion on the last mission?
I'm glad there aren't many aliens like the Thorian. I don't think my stomach could take it. One of my cousins has an agribusiness. I was thinking of calling him. Maybe he can get some shipments into Pharos. I mean, now that they're cut off from the company.
We'll talk another time, Lieutenant.
Commander?
Oh, yeah. OTP right there. Let's see here. Questions. What do I think of the term cheese-eating surrender monkey? What? That's offensive on several levels.
Never a dull moment with you, Shepard.
You ever go on any missions like ours before?
Saving the galaxy from certain destruction? No. But I've had my share of adventures.
Do you remember any that stick out?
A few. I remember one time I was hired by a Volus diplomat. What an ass.
I guess even politicians have need of mercs from time to time, huh?
Time to time. If it wasn't for politicians, I'd be out of work. They're always looking for ways to get ahead. This one was no different. He wanted me to erase his past. Get rid of an old friend who knew too much. Huh. His old friend turned out to be an Asari commando.
I can see why that might give you pause.
What? No. Alina and I were old friends. Sort of. We met when we were both contracted to kill the same Turian. Neither of us wanted the other one to get him first. We spent more time fighting each other than tracking that Turian.
An Asari commando mercenary? That's unusual, isn't it?
I wouldn't say it's unusual. Mercs come in all shapes. Anyway, when I told Alina about the diplomat's contract, she and I had a good laugh about it.
So what did you do?
Well, I was going to lose the contract, but I respected Alina. In the end, I let her pick the location where we'd fight. She chose some old Solarian space station overrun with mercs and smugglers. That way we didn't have to worry about hurting any innocent bystanders. She always was a bit of a softie.
What happened on the station?
What didn't happen? For 2 days I chased her through that station, used my entire store of ammunition, had to kill a bunch of mercs and use their crap weapons. By the 3rd day, the station was barely holding together. The mercs were dead or gone, life support was failing, but I had her. She'd locked herself in the med labs. She was trying to patch herself up. Damn tough, that one. Then just when I thought I had her, the station's core went critical. Barely made it back to my ship in time.
I assume the Asari commando didn't make it?
I watched the station from a distance. I never saw her leave. And when that place blew, there was nothing left larger than a Turian's right nut. So I headed back to the diplomat to give him the good news and collect my pay. But before I got halfway there, Alina sent me a message. Better luck next time. Now, I'm not superstitious, but if someone can survive that, well, they deserve to live. At least for a bit longer.
What about the diplomat? He wanted her dead.
I told him the truth. Alina was still alive and she was really pissed. I told him if he wanted to live, he'd need me around to protect him.
And he believed you.
He kept me on as his personal guard until he died. Natural causes. Easiest job I've ever had. A little boring, but credits are credits.
So long, Rex.
Shepard.
I was just checking something. I think I've said this before, that for the longest time I always assumed that was Arya. But apparently, Mike Gamble has actually gone on record saying that that's not Arya. Which is a weird thing to do, because that's actually, like, worse. It's like, yeah, no, there's no connections in world building here. It's just some rando. Why do that?
Commander, I wanted to thank you.
What for, Garrus?
For everything. Taking me with you, letting me be part of your team. I've learned a lot. I've thought about what you said, about eliminating the threat immediately, regardless of the cost. You were right. You were right about Dr. Salian, too. Killing him was the only solution.
What?
This way, we'll know he'll never hurt anyone again.
I'm glad you see it that way. Keep that in mind when we meet Saren.
Don't worry, Commander. I will.
Looking for supplies?
Let's see what you've got.
You bet, Commander.
Hey look, a grenade upgrade. Shut up. I'm not assuming anything. I went to the interview from the producer who said that they're not the same person. What do you want from me?
It feels like we're getting near the end, doesn't it, Shepard? With Saren, I mean.
It won't be much longer. One way or another, it'll all be over soon.
You'll find the conduit before he does. I know you will. You have to. And after this is all over, when my pilgrimage ends and I go back to my own people, I'll be proud to say I was a part of it.
We couldn't have done this without you, Telly.
You've been good to me. A lot of people treat Quarians like second-class citizens. They just want us to go back to our fleet and disappear. But you've treated me just like everyone else on your crew. Like an equal. That means a lot, and it says something about you. Whatever happens, I just want to say thank you for that.
I didn't bring you along as a favor, Tally. You're here because you contribute to the mission, and I need all the help I can get on this one.
Don't worry. You can always count on me.
I should go.
See you later.
No, Gum. And even if I won the lottery, I probably still wouldn't. Yeah, no, it makes too much sense for it to be Arya. Like, it lines up really neatly. And, I mean, Rex has been around for a while and is a very high-tier merc. Him rubbing up against Arya makes perfect sense. And, I know, small world syndrome, but I've given my opinion on that before.
There's a reason for everything that happened, Shepard, even if you don't understand it at the time. Your assignment to Elysium, it put you in the right place at the right time. Your character made you rise to the occasion. And that got you here, commanding the finest tin can in the Alliance fleet. This is exactly where the galaxy needs you to be. No pressure.
The galaxy may need me here, but I need you next to me.
God, you're awful. How do you come up with these things? Sorry, I'll be serious. I need time to think. We've been focused on the mission. When we're done, it'll be different, I swear. I hope you can wait.
There's some old saw about waiting and good things, isn't there?
You are totally shameless. You need your own line of greeting cards. I'll warn you, though. I'm a Hellcat off the battlefield, too. Sleep tight, Shepard.
Oh, that's terrible. Okay, we have now... That was the whole point of doing Pharaoh's First, was to get that line of dialogue. So I hope you enjoyed that. We have officially entered romance status with Ashley. And apparently she's good in bed. Good to know. Let's go to Vermeier. Apparently Ashley is skeptical. At least that's what she says. That's quiet, but okay. Ah, there it goes. No, you don't, Gum Gum. I can literally pilot a ship better in the chair I'm sitting at right now than at Galaxy's Edge. More fun, more accurate, more interesting.
Commander, I'm reading a signal. Must be our Solarian infiltration team.
That's terrible, Ronan.
Drop the Mako.
Republic Commando is not funded yet, but it's sitting there on the
I'll
list
get you
somewhere.
in underneath the radar, Commander.
We've got a clean drop, Commander.
Stay out of range and continue evasive maneuvers until I bring those AA towers down.
I know the drill. Meet you at the camp once those towers are offline. Joke around.
So, Vermeier. You mind if I try something? Just for the hell of it. I mean, I hope you don't mind because I'm already doing it, but, you know. You gotta be polite, right? Do you mind if I do this thing that I'm doing right now? Taking a minute, that's what I'm doing, apparently. It's actually already taking longer than I thought it would. Just enjoy the Mass Effect music for a second. Why would I ever romance Liara, Edward Bedar? She's taken by Zedenra. I can just end the sentence with, she's taken. This has really become a thing nowadays, hasn't it? My goodness. Okay, this is taking too long. And it's not even on the freaking list for some reason. Which is very strange. So, that apparently gets to wait. Could be vermeier. Nah, we'll get to it later. I will do it, I'll just do it off camera. I really thought that would be like a 2-minute install good and done thing. But I had to install something else, and then I had to configure it, then I had to log in on it, then I had to reconfigure it, and now I have to actually add the game manually because it's not there by default, and that's even before we get to the point of actually installing the damn thing. So we're just going to move on. Now, Saren's the worst character in the game. I'm thinking like 3 negatives for Saren. What are y'all thinking? Although, interestingly, Saren has had no presence at all, really, so far. Showed up on Eden Prime, had the bad cutscene shortly thereafter, and that's kinda it. That's true, 4 negatives to the voice actor too. Gotta acknowledge just how terribly voice actor he is. And that boss fight, ugh. Oh yeah, he also stood up for like 30 seconds to say, nuh-uh, on the video phone call. So that is a grand total of 3 cutscenes in the entire game so far. It's okay, we are about to have a 4th. If I'm being completely honest, they could have served with having a few more somethings to keep him relevant. Mass Effect 2 has Harbinger constantly talk to us. Mass Effect 3 has a terrible character who emails us periodically and gives us bad boss fights. Frankly, I don't think any of the 3 games really does that good of a job of establishing their villains, to be blunt. I would say 2 probably actually does the best job of that, but that's neither here nor there. Even 2 doesn't do a good job of, to use a direct example, Dragon Age Origins. We get quite a few, meanwhile, elsewheres with low gain, And Loghain has a near constant presence everywhere we go. I know what you're going to say, but he's not really the main villain. No, yes, he is. He is not the main threat, but character-wise, he is primarily the main villain. Now, that being said, there's another character in this game who is the main threat, who gets exactly one cutscene to establish them. And that cutscene they do a lot better with. They do a lot with that one cutscene. You get my point on the distinction, right? It's actually a pretty common thing for BioWare games. The main villain is usually a character who is arguably not the main threat. Just to use a dumb name for it. Here's me. Ironically, BioWare also has a strong tendency to have bad villains. You ever notice that? Percentage-wise, at least. There are, of course, exceptions, which is probably why people remember BioWare villains so fondly. Because BioWare villains gave us things like Irenicus, Malik, and Loghain. They also gave us Moghrim. Do you even remember Moghrim? Whoa, whoa, and Sarabak, yeah, that's another example. So, ironically, the character who is probably, in terms of puzzle pieces, the character who probably best fits the villain slot in Mass Effect 2 is Tim. A wonderful character. Brilliantly voice acted, and honestly one of the best characters in that game. No, he's awesome whether he survives or not, Piku. He did, Black Vial, I will give you that. But I was thinking primarily within the confines of Baldur's Gate 1. Sean, I know you hate Mass Effect 2. I don't understand why, but I do know you hate it. But you're not going to convince me that Tim is anything less than an amazing character. Well, we've already done the DLC for this one, Jay Palmer, but you should be able to answer that question pretty much regardless of which game we're playing. Because the answer to that question never changes. Tim in Mass Effect 3? Anyways.
There's the artillery, Shepard.
Yeah, no, that's all I'm gonna say about that right now. That's all I'm gonna say. We're gonna try to avoid talking about 3 as much as possible until we get there, for several reasons. I will say this, I'm really curious how 3 is gonna score. I really am. I mentioned earlier how much I value gameplay, and 3 does several things very right on the gameplay axis. Let's see. Yeah, so we've actually already kind of brought up this topic, but when we get there, we will have to decide how many of which negatives the ending gets. Because, well, we've come up with a rather complex but nuanced system for reviewing things that are multiple negative early. Oh, what the hell? Ah! There we go. So, we have lots of options for how exactly to review that.
I'm reading that the grid is down, Commander. On approach to the Solarian base now. Out.
Ready to move, Commander.
Yes, Act. So, for those of you not aware of this, here in the States, a typical ambulance ride runs from $1,000 and up on the low end. Now, when and how you'll have to pay that is, of course, a little bit more malleable. It's not like you have to have cash in hand on the spot. But ambulance rides are very expensive here in the States. I don't know, Loner. Yes. We'll do it. Yeah, several people asked earlier, which race would you play as if given a choice? And honestly, I'm not even sure, because there's so many good ones. There's at least 4 races that aren't human I would love to play in Mass Effect. And I know that because I've played Mass Effect 3's multiplayer. Those are, in no particular order, Asari, Vanguard, Krogan, whatever the Charger is, I can never remember what class that is, but, you know, Krogan, Geth, Engineer, and Thorian, Engineer. Like, I'd go into all of that. No question, no hesitation. Humans are neat and all, but...
That did it. We shouldn't have any more trouble reaching the camp.
Didn't I just say Geth, Sakage? Asari, Geth, Thorian, Krogan. Now, playing as a Hanar would be funny, but I don't think I'd actually enjoy that, if I'm being totally honest. It would be like playing a very stupid person in Arcanum. I need to check that really quick. Yes, thank you. Yes. Definitely that. Elcor? Same general problem. It'd be funny for a bit. Nah, the Geth are fine. I mean, honestly, the Geth aren't even the problem, really. Now, the Heretic Geth... Oh. I mean, if there was, like, one mission where we played as the Hanar...
Commander, Normandy's touched down at the base, but it looks like we're grounded. The Solarian captain can explain when you get here.
Yeah. So, if you play, like, one mission as a Hanar, that would work, because it wouldn't get old, right? You wouldn't wear out its welcome. It would just be a little side fun section. Yes, Pika. In answer to your question.
There's the Solarian camp.
A little over halfway.
So what are we supposed to do now?
Stay put until we can come up with a plan.
Are you in charge here? What's the situation?
I'm Captain Kirahi, 3rd Infiltration Regiment STG. You and your crew have just landed in the middle of a hot zone. Every AA gun within 10 miles has been alerted to your presence.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I like Kirahi. Not just even for the memes. I just like Kirahi. He's cool.
What are we supposed to do in the meantime?
We stay put until the Council sends the reinforcements we requested.
We are the reinforcements.
What? You're all they sent? I told the Council to send a fleet.
We couldn't understand your transmission. They sent me to investigate.
That is a repetition of our task. I lost half my men investigating this place.
So what have you found?
Saren's base of operations. He set up a research facility here, but it's crawling with Geth and very well fortified.
Is he here? Have you seen him?
No, but his Geth are everywhere, and we've intercepted some comms referring to Saren. This is his facility, there's no doubt about that.
What's Saren researching?
He's using the facility to breed an army of Krogan.
How is that possible?
Apparently, Saren has discovered a cure for the genophage.
What's so important about curing this genophage?
It was the solution to the Krogan problem.
We introduced the genophage to the Krogan population after the uprising, to quell their numbers. Without it, the Krogan will quickly overrun the galaxy. And these Krogan follow Saren.
The Geth are bad enough, but a Krogan army? He'd be almost unstoppable.
Exactly my thoughts. We must ensure that this facility and its secrets are destroyed.
Destroyed? I don't think so. Our people are dying. This cure can save them.
If that cure leaves this planet, the Krogan will become unstoppable. We can't make the same mistake again.
We are not a mistake.
Is he going to be a problem? We already have enough angry Krogan to deal with.
Interestingly enough, Rex is correct. The Krogan were not the mistake. The Salarians made the mistake. But that's a topic for another time.
He'll be fine. I'll talk to him.
I'd appreciate that, Commander. My men and I need to rethink our plan of attack. Can you give us some time?
Go ahead, Captain. I'll come back soon.
We won't be long, Commander. In the meantime, if you need any supplies, you can talk to Commander Rentola. He's in one of the tents nearby.
Looks like things are a bit of a mess.
Yeah. I wouldn't be so worried if it wasn't for Rex. He looks like he's gonna blow a gasket.
You think I should go talk to him?
It wouldn't hurt. Well, it might, actually. Just do it carefully.
Rex doesn't worry me. He'll fall in line.
If you say so. But I'm gonna keep my eye on him, if it's all the same to you.
So, I've actually never had this happen, and I'm not going to do this time around. But, how many of you have gotten Rex killed here? Bonus question. How many of you have accidentally gotten Rex killed here?
This isn't right, Shepard. If there's a cure for the genophage, we can't destroy it.
I understand you're upset, but we both know Saren's the enemy here. He's the one you should be angry with.
Really? Saren created a cure for my people. You want to destroy it. Help me out here, Shepard. The lines between friend and foe are getting a little blurry from where I stand.
This isn't a cure, it's a weapon! And if Saren is allowed to use it, you won't be around to reap the benefits. None of us will.
That's a chance we should be willing to take. This is the fate of my entire people we're talking about. I've been loyal to you so far. Hell, you did more for me than my family ever did. But if I'm going to keep following you, I need to know we're doing it for the right reasons.
Rex, these Krogan are not your people. They're slaves of Saren. Tools. Is that what you want for them?
No, we were tools for the Council once. To thank us for wiping out the Rachni, they neutered us all. I doubt Saren will be as generous. All right, Shepard. You've made your point. I don't like this, but I trust you enough to follow your lead. Just one thing. When we find Saren, I want his head.
Actually, I kind of agree with you, Hazardous. Not that I could ever kill Rex. But I do like that it's there. I do like that it's an option. I do like that there's multiple ways to kind of stagger it in your favor to shift it. But what I like best of all is it's probably one of the best bits of characterization for Rex in the entire game. Hear me out for a second. Rex is this big, very full of himself. Big ego, bwahaha, just stomping everything in the way and doing whatever he can to do it. He's obviously a hell of a badass. He's been around for literally centuries. Yeah, he's kind of a Bowser. That's a good way to put it. He's kind of a Bowser. But what we see here, very, very briefly, is that for all his pomp and circumstance, he really does care. In fact, he cares so much that he can't stop himself from getting so emotionally wound up once the cure is being dangled there, right? Most of you probably know what I mean by that. When you just get, like, there's a specific topic or a specific person or a specific whatever that just gets you so emotionally wound up that you kind of can't deal with it normally. It doesn't work normally. Your brain is just kind of disengaged a bit. You might even be aware of it. You might know it, but it's that weak spot, right? To use not analogy, but another example of this, over in World of Warcraft, or just the Warcraft setting, Malfurion has a weak spot named Illidan Stormrage. Malfurion is yeah, we're actually frozen too. Malfurion is a reasonable, long-term thinker who is all about cooperation and breaking the traditions of his people. And he's a cool guy, except when his brother's involved. And all of that goes out the window. Because it's like that. And you know what that feels like. You probably do, I should say. You probably know what that feels like. And so we get in this moment how important and how severe the genophage is to Rex, and how much it's just that emotional dagger, right? And that is why I like that scene. Because it's a great concept piece for Rex. It's worth noting that Rex is probably one of the better, if not the best, written character in Mass Effect 1 in particular, so that helps a little bit. IMO, of course. So anyways, Ashley, thank you for not killing my brother.
It won't be an easy fight, but we're ready when you are.
Normally I wouldn't think much of Solarians in a firefight, but these soldiers seem well trained.
By the way, if you're wondering what I mean by that, one thing I've noticed a lot is we tend to think of characters from the aggregate, from the whole franchise. But when you zoom into a specific thing, usually the first in a work, they tend to not be as well characterized yet. Like, they tend to not really be themselves yet, to put it into simple terms. Frankly, a good example of that is Han Solo. Han Solo isn't exactly a bad character in A New Hope, but he didn't become Han Solo until Empire Strikes Back. That's when they really fleshed out and effectively made him a main character and really turned him into something, right? And this happens a lot. This happens a lot in just about any franchise. So, in Mass Effect 1, several of these characters kind of aren't characters yet. They're one note and occasionally two note. Rex is one of the exceptions, probably because Rex gets the most screen time in 1. Now, there's an exception to that, an asterisk to that, but I stand by it. Anyways, moving on. Let's go ahead and get on with this. Where's Kirahi? Kirahi, my bro.
Thank you for speaking with the Krogan. The assault on Saren's base will be difficult enough as it is.
I assume that means you've come up with a plan.
Of sorts. We can convert our ship's drive system into a 20-kiloton ordnance. Crude, but effective.
Nice. Drop that nuke from orbit, and Saren can kiss his Turian ass goodbye.
Unfortunately, the facility is too well fortified for that. We'll need to place the bomb at a precise location.
Where do we take the nuke? And how do we get there?
The bomb must be taken to the far side of the facility. Your ship can drop it off, but we'll need to infiltrate the base, disable the AA guns, and pacify any ground forces first.
You want us to go in on foot? We don't have enough men.
It does sound a bit risky. Is there no other way?
No, but I think we can work around that. I'm going to divide my men into 3 teams and hit the front of the facility. While we've got their attention, you can sneak your shadow team in the back.
It's a good idea, but your people are going to get slaughtered.
We're tougher than we look, Commander. But it's true. I don't expect many of us will make it out alive. And that makes what I'm going to ask even more difficult. I need one of your men to accompany me, to help coordinate the teams.
We'll need someone who knows Alliance communication protocols.
I volunteer, Commander.
Not so fast, LT. Commander Shepard will need you to arm the nuke. I'll go with the Solarians.
With all due respect, Gunnery Chief, it's not your place to decide.
Why is it that whenever someone says, with all due respect, they really mean kiss my ass?
Yeah, you ever notice that? English just kind of drifted into that for a while there, but unfortunately or not, Ashley is absolutely correct here.
Who would be better suited to the mission?
Either of these two will do, Commander. Both seem willing to sacrifice their lives if necessary, though if we are lucky, such sacrifices won't be required.
Williams, you'll accompany the captain.
No heroics.
Understood?
Aye, aye, Commander.
I will have the ordnance loaded onto the Normandy and brief your crew on its detonation sequencing. Do you have any questions before we go, Commander?
Yeah, no kidding, Mike Romano. I'm sorry. Like, you gotta say it right, too, right? To really get across the fact that I'm not sorry. It's just, language.
The Normandy's picking me up. How will your teams escape the blast?
We will engage the Geth as long as possible. Once the bomb is in place, we will fall back to try and escape the blast radius. If we move quickly, we should be able to escape with acceptable casualties. If not, then our memories will live on as martyrs to a greater cause.
You talk like this is a suicide mission.
I won't lie to you, Commander. There is a chance none of us will survive this assault, even your team. But we do what is necessary.
I know this sounds strange, but that's part of what I like about Kirahi. There's a degree of professionalism that I tend to respond well to. Whether it's military or finance or management or food processing, it doesn't matter. I respond well to professionalism. I always have.
Shadow seems clear enough. What will the other teams be called?
Igor, Manavai, and Jaeto. They were the initial settlements on our first 3 colony worlds. They are at the heart of Solarian territory to this day. These names will remind my men what they are fighting for. They must have a personal stake in the fight if we are to have any chance of success.
You'll notice, I'm sorry, 2 things here. First of all, you're absolutely right, Von Falkenstein. He doesn't sugarcoat it, which I appreciate. You know me, I tend to respond to honesty, too. That's 2 things I like about this guy. Speaking of which, I should write down that positive while we're thinking about it. Kirahi. But second of all, you notice how he's kind of telling the player how Shepard probably should play. It's not quite as you know, but it is kind of leaning in that direction. Because Kirahi is, in many ways, showcasing what a commander really should be. Whoops.
Shadow seems clear enough.
These names will remind my men what they are fighting for.
Give me a quick rundown.
Okay.
Once you have the bomb, place it next to the geothermal taps. Then get out before it detonates.
I'm ready when you are, Captain.
Excellent. Then if you'll excuse me, I need to prepare my men.
Well, this is it. Don't do anything stupid while I'm gone, LT. You too, Commander.
We'll be fine. You'll see.
Yeah, good luck.
Is there something you want to say, Chief?
I don't know, it's just weird, going under someone else's command. I've got used to working with you. All of you.
Don't worry. We'll see you on the other side.
I know. It's been an honor serving with you, Commander.
Whatever happens, everyone just keep shooting. We go in hard, hit them harder, and we'll be the only damn thing that comes out the other side.
You bet, Commander.
Hoorah.
You all know the mission and what is at stake. I have come to trust each of you with my life, but I have also heard murmurs of discontent. I share your concerns. We are trained for espionage. We would be legends, but the records are sealed. Glorying in battle is not our way. Think of our heroes. The silent step who defeated a nation with a single shot. Or the ever-alert who kept armies at bay with hidden facts. These giants do not seem to give us solace here, but they are not all that we are. Before the network, there was the fleet. Before diplomacy, there were soldiers. Our influence stopped the Rachni, but before that, we held the line. Our influence stopped the Krogan, but before that, we held the line. Our influence will stop Saren. In the battle today, we will hold the line. Good luck, Commander. I hope we will meet again.
I completely, unironically, love that speech. Make fun if you want to. I don't even care. I love that speech. The actor does some good work with it. I think that's what really sells it. Like, compare and contrast Twitface. What's her name? The politician I hate in Dragon Age Origins. The way that she gives that terrible, terrible speech before the final battle in Dragon Age Origins. God, that's just, if you've never seen that, go do yourself a favor. Go watch that on YouTube. Anora's speech. It's so bad. It's funny too because, you know, the actual kingly type, the actual royalty person, does a much better speech in that scene, but that's neither here nor there. Moving on. And yeah, someone mentioned this in chat, but he actually uses in-universe examples too.
Check. Do you read me, Commander?
Oni mentioned that. Yeah, I like that. I like that.
Loud and clear.
Good. We'll start our push. We'll try to make it to the AA guns, but it might be up to you to finish the job. And Commander, if you see any way to undermine their defenses, we could definitely use the help.
We are going to undermine all of their defenses, because we're going to keep all of these people alive. Doing this on insanity is just...
Time to get some attention.
Monolith is under coordinated crossfire. Check for long-range turrets helping the Geth target.
You mean again, Pika? But yes, is the answer to your question. You can put him in the queue, Evo. Or can you? Yeah, honestly, you could just watch the VOD if you really can't wait, Pika. I know you've got that impatience thing.
The Geth certainly wanted to keep us away.
Interesting. I love the lack of music, really. Nah. I'm already a snob. Anything below 10 is just not really worth my time at this point. You notice that happens in every game, right? We'll talk about that when we get to the Diablos. You become more and more of a loot snob the further into a game you get. It's like, oh, that's not even a legendary. Dump. There it is. As I say, we're gonna get any music.
You got a shot. Chief Williams, take the heat off Manavai.
Well, I speak for myself and all of my friends and everybody I've ever known ever. Okay, that's an exaggeration, but I don't know anybody who doesn't eventually do the mental filtering when it comes to loot. Now, that does vary on the game, though. That's valid. But Diablo is a perfect example of that. At a certain point, you're only looting stuff in Diablo to... in D3, I'll use an example, in order to turn it into crafting mats. In D2... that's not even worthwhile, because that's not even a thing. So in D2, at a certain point, you just dump them unless you're trying to do a rune word or something similar. Favorite council race? Yes. If I could change one thing about the ending of Mass Effect 3, would I do it? I've got an idea. How about having more than one ending? I know that's a strange idea, but that's the first thing that comes to mind. That's true of blues I tend to dump, but at a certain point, it's all yellows. Yellow, yellow, yellow. And hell, at a certain point, blues don't drop as often, at least in my experience. Although I tend to mostly do the...
SAT strikes. Jayeto, watch for comm stations. Williams, can you see anything?
The rifts, grifts, and other things that tend to not drop blues. That's probably self-fulfilling at that point. Well, no, I'm serious, Jesse's Mask. Like, I like all the council races. The Turians are fascinating. The Solarians are awesome. The Asari are interesting. The Volus... I mean, we actually paused to just talk about the Volus when we met the one dude. Wow, that guy's really healing. Look at that, Jesus. But, you know, the, what else is there? The Elcor, the Hanar. Name a bad council race. Where is it? I was just looking at it. Moused over properly and everything. Is it down? Oh, there it is. Name a bad council race. Humans! Name 2. I am quite aware, Biga.
Aircraft heading to perimeter stations to recharge. Bunker up before they come back.
I don't think Keepers qualify, for reasons I'm not going to discuss right now. And Batarians are fine, honestly. As I've said before, the Batarians aren't the problem. It's the Batarian hegemony that is the problem. That's true, Wenlock. You're never gonna miss when an Elcor is talking, or a Hanar. I think I got everything. We'll find out in a minute.
Air threat has not materialized. Maybe getting some help. Shadow.
Live, Kirahi, live! I will kill every Krogan except for Rex. Didn't we just kill the drones like 5 seconds ago? I think? That's freaking me out now, Dream Whisperer. Have I killed everything?
Hold the line, man. Hold the line.
Frickin' Krogan, am I right? Anthropocentric. Alright. Stab! Alright, there we go. I've stabbed you with the emotional dagger that we had earlier. And I definitely understand your question, Evo. Very much so. Now, let me just Google something for no reason, really. Let's just see what this word means. Regarding humankind as the central and most important element of existence. I don't think one does that. I think that's mostly just like a side consequence of perspective in one. I think 2 absolutely does that. And then 3 stops doing it again. Because 3 is 3. I don't think it's a cure at all, but I believe something actually confirms or denies that somewhere in the game.
We've got access to base security. Should be able to cut the alarms from here. Might even be able to trigger alarms on the far side of the base. It'll clear the guards out for us, but they might be too much for Williams and the Solarians to
Nope.
Just disable the alarms. We can handle any guards inside.
Meanwhile, Vigilant continues to be... Why are you so evil, Vigilant? Is it the name? Oh my god. You're a Prothean AI, aren't you? That makes so much sense. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I mean, we did meet the Vigilant in Tor, so it tracks. Oh my god! Oh my god. Yeah, get off the... Frickin' primes, am I right? One of the things I always find amusing back in the Mass Effect 3 multiplayer is most of the Tier 3 units during the spawns are obviously powerful. Unless you're fighting Geth, in which case you just see a Geth Prime come out. And it just looks like a slightly larger Geth, and it's like, oh, okay, that's it. And then he kicks your ass. At least if you're playing on, you know, super hard. Like you should be. Elitism. No, I'm joking. I enjoy that game.
Is someone out there?
That is to say, that mode well enough without playing on hard, but I loved playing Mass Effect 3 multiplayer on hard. Just so much. I love how these characters are literally just named indoctrinated.
Give a little ground. You don't want them to bunker up. Draw them out.
Smart, actually. And again, that competency thing continues, because what he just said is a legitimate tactic. But hang on, I need to talk to my mother really quick. No, there's no multiplayer in this one, Bragwin.
Well, you're not a Geth, and you're not wearing a lab coat. I guess I'm glad to see you. Lieutenant Gonto Imnes of the 3rd Infiltration Regiment, captured during recon. I assume the fleet was called in to destroy the base?
Transmission wasn't clear. The fleet's not coming.
I see. Then you must be the infiltration team. I know the captain. He will want this facility destroyed. My team was altered, indoctrinated. He knew about the breeding grounds, but the indoctrination is a greater threat, and far more horrifying. I watched good people reduced to mindless husks. There wasn't anything left. Others died during the experiments. I envy them.
No, yeah, exactly, Azus.
Do you know anything about the experiments they were conducting?
They were studying indoctrination. Symptoms, progress. Saren uses it to control his people, but I don't think he fully understands it. I don't know much else. I just saw what it did to the others. Turned them into empty husks. I can't end up like that, please. Let me out.
Yeah, the audio mixing, which I think I've already given a negative for. Hang on, sound problems here. Yep, there it is. Negative number 8. Lol, Azus. Yeah, I'm leaning towards making it too. This is not the first time we've had trouble literally hearing what's going on. If it wasn't for the subtitles. What is this, Sonic Adventure? If you're paying attention, this could be the first time we actually see indoctrination. I could lower the music once I'm out of the cutscene, which will make it too quiet in the other cutscenes. That's why it's an audio balancing problem. We had this exact same problem in Witcher 3. It was one of the only just actively bad design decisions in Witcher 3, was the mixing and the balancing are just wrong. But I'm getting off topic. Because if we don't do Novaria first, but instead we go to... So we'd have to go get Liara, go to Pharos, and then go to Vermeier. If we do things in that order, then this is the first time we see indoctrination. Because you can kind of rejigger how you do some of the initial quests. I just mentioned that because it helps to explain why they're dumping so much on indoctrination here, as if we've never heard of it.
I'm opening your cell, but then you're on your own.
Don't look back and hope to outrun the blast, A better chance than I had before you showed up. Thank you, human. And good luck. You'll need it.
Peace.
These look docile. Their minds are gone.
Why did Saren do this? To steal a man's mind like that is disgusting.
Leave them. Let's get moving.
It's safest, but I would prefer they be put out of their misery.
Yeah, well. And they're all gonna die when this place gets nuked, so... Yeah, we'll see if 2 and 3 have the mixing problem, because... I don't remember it being this bad. It might just be I forgot. But I don't remember the... I remember the mixing being bad, not this bad, to put it simply. Yep, my one true love, Jesse's Mask. That's what I'm thinking, Mike Bono. I might actually have to go back and rewatch some of my own lore run to kind of compare and contrast. The Steam Deck, so it took a lot of work to get it properly working, but I did get the Steam Deck working as I wanted to, and it is actually pretty awesome. Now, I should probably mention, I'm going to admit this quite openly, I use the Steam Deck as an emulation device. As I said many, many times, my main benefit of having a Steam Deck is that 20 years from now, I have access to a NES, and a SNES, and an N64, and a PSP, and a PlayStation 1, and you get it, right? That was its primary purpose for me. In that regard, it has been quite successful. I was even showing it to Dad, because when he was visiting, Dad and I actually played Mario 64 together. He doesn't remember. I literally have a photo of it. And so I thought he'd be like, hey, and he didn't even remember. I hope I never get to the point where my memory gets that bad. That's all I'm going to say about that.
What do you want? I told you everything. Who are you? Alliance, right? I knew someone would come. It tried to break me, but it couldn't. I shut it out.
Slow down. I need to know where you came from.
Private Mano Savat of the 3rd Infiltration Regiment STG, sir. Captured well on reconnaissance 6 days ago. Glad to answer, sir. Never any questions from these bastards. Just whispers and poking and cutting. I said anything to get out and get some payback. That's not too much to ask, is it? A little payback?
Can you help me, or will I be carrying you out of here?
I'll be at your back every step of the way. I just need to get out of here and away from that incessant whispering. They've piped it in for days now.
Something's not right here, Shepard.
Setting him free could endanger the mission.
No. I need to get out. This room is too small and it keeps talking, and I really want to get out of here and get some work done. I need to get out. Let me out.
I can't take that chance.
Can't take that chance. No chance. I need to do what it says. I have to. Let me out. Let me out! Let me out! Let me out!
Good a time as any to mention there's no cure for indoctrination. See, I'm the exact opposite on that, Evo. Which I suppose doesn't surprise you because, I mean, we disagree on everything, right? So, yeah, and then the music finally stopped. Oh, jeez.
What is going on here? Where are the guards? Where is Saren? No, stay back. This is important work. This is the glorious salvation of my species. You will not destroy the work we have started.
Oh yeah, 1 is plenty messed up. I mean, just about any BioWare game is messed up to some extent. Goodbye. Like, seriously, name a BioWare game that doesn't have messed up stuff in it. You remember when we interacted with that former slave earlier? Jesus. Alright, I need someone to execute Zeiss immediately. You know what? I should pay Zeiss. Zeiss, I'll pay you 30 gold to kill yourself. Inquisition has red lyrium farms. That's all I'm going to say about that one. 50 gold? Okay. I mean, Tor has so much. Just so much. Perfect. Alright, Where's the cleanup crew? Why does this cleanup crew thing say Zeiss Incorporated?
Don't shoot! Please, I just want to get out of here before it's too late.
So let's get this out of the way. How many of you... Yeah, no kidding. How many of you let this woman go, effectively thinking it is the correct choice here?
I'm not going to hurt you. Who are you?
Ranathanoptis, neurospecialist. But this job isn't worth dying over, or worse. You think the indoctrination only affects prisoners? Sooner or later, Saren will want to dissect my brain too.
Yeah, so spoilers, and this is a spoiler. If you let her go, it turns out to be the wrong choice in Mass Effect 3. Specifically.
I thought this was a breeding facility.
Not this level. We're studying Sovereign's effect on organic minds. At least that's what I assumed. Saren kept us in the dark as much as possible.
You helped him and you don't even know why?
I didn't have the option of negotiating. This position is a little more permanent than I had expected. But I can help you. This elevator behind me goes to Saren's private lab. I can get you in. See? Full access. All of Saren's private files. Are we good? Can I go?
What were you studying here?
It's that ship, Sovereign. It emits some kind of signal. Undetectable, but it's there. I've seen the effects. Saren uses it to influence his followers, to control them. It's called indoctrination. Direct exposure to the signal turns you into a mindless slave, like the Salarian test subjects. But there's collateral damage, too.
Sorry, when I say she shows up in 3, I mean the way most things show up in 3. In like a random email where they acknowledge your choices barely.
What do you mean by collateral damage?
Sovereign's signal is too strong. Spend too much time near the ship and you feel it, like a tingle at the back of the skull. It's like a whisper you can't quite hear. You're compelled to do things, but you don't know why. You just obey. Eventually, you just stop thinking for yourself. It happens to everyone at the facility. My first test subject was the man I replaced. Now I just want to get out of here before it happens to me.
My eyes are green, not yellow, pillars of snow. But thank you.
Why is Saren researching this? Isn't he the one controlling it?
The signal comes from the ship. It makes us obey Saren, but I don't think he controls it. Not exactly. I think he's scared it might be affecting him. Indoctrination is subtle. By the time the effects become noticeable, it's usually too late.
Tell me more about this signal.
Signal's not exactly the right word. There's some kind of energy field emanating from the ship. It changes thought patterns. Over time, days, maybe a week, it weakens your will. You become easier to manipulate and control, but it's a degenerative condition. There's a balance between control and usefulness. The less freedom a subject maintains, the less capable it becomes.
I'm gonna blow this place to hell and gone. If you want to make it out alive, you better start running.
What? You can't. But I'll never. Ah!
Start running.
You enjoyed that.
A little bit. To my knowledge, they never answer it fully, Wedlock. Can I just say really quick that indoctrination is really, really messed up? So much so that I would actually consider removing indoctrination from the setting in a Mass Effect rewrite. I mean, I suppose that's not saying that I'd consider removing anything from a rewrite, but yikes. What I replace it with? I don't know, I haven't thought about it. I suppose direct implants isn't a bad idea. Literally just cybernetics. I don't know. Because, as I've said many times, any rewrite project begins with identifying the furthest down to the ground. Oh, there it is.
Commander, look over here. It's another beacon.
The furthest down to the ground element of the story, and then adjusting that first, because that'll have a knock-on effect of everything else. And in this particular setting, the first thing to think about and adjust would be the Reapers. So. Okay. There are voices that I would love to have access to in real life. That if I could just hit a switch and talk a certain way.
I get the feeling something bad is about to happen.
This is one of them. One of two.
You are not Saren.
What is that? Some kind of VI interface?
Rudimentary creatures of blood and flesh. You touch my mind, fumbling in ignorance, incapable of understanding.
I don't think this is a VI.
There is a realm of existence so far beyond your own, you cannot even imagine it. I am beyond your comprehension. I am Sovereign.
Sovereign isn't just some Reaper ship Saren found. It's an actual Reaper.
Reaper, a label created by the Protheans to give voice to their destruction. In the end, what they chose to call us is irrelevant. We simply are.
The Protheans vanished 50,000 years ago. You couldn't have been there. It's impossible.
Organic life is nothing but a genetic mutation. An accident. Your lives are measured in years and decades. You wither and die. We are eternal, the pinnacle of evolution and existence. Before us, you are nothing. Your extinction is inevitable. We are the end of everything.
There is an entire galaxy of races united and ready to face you.
Confidence born of ignorance. The cycle cannot be broken.
Cycle? What cycle?
The pattern has repeated itself more times than you can fathom.
About 300.
Organic civilizations rise, evolve, advance, and at the apex of their glory, they are extinguished. The Protheans were not the first. They did not create the Citadel. They did not forge the mass relays. They merely found them. The legacy of my kind.
What I love about this, BioWare likes this kind of moment too. The big cutscene, right? Where all the reveals happen. I don't mind because they usually do them well. The biggest reveal in this entire sequence isn't the nature of the Reapers, and it isn't any of that. What's really the big thing here is the fact that the mass relays and the Citadel are Reaper tech. If you've been paying attention, and I can't believe I never really noticed this before, but if you're paying attention up until this point, everyone constantly calls them Prothean tech. And it's a constant undercurrent in almost every bit of dialogue discussing the world building. Our technology is based on Prothean technology. Our societies have developed along Prothean lines. We have figured out how to develop our FTL based on Prothean technology that we built out of the relays, etc., etc., etc. The fact that the Reapers lined that all up instead is a huge reveal, and what I love best about it is how understated it is. He just says that, and that's it.
Why would you construct the mass relays, then leave them for someone else to find?
Your civilization is based on the technology of the mass relays. Our technology, By using it, your society develops along the paths we desire.
And this is my answer to you, Evo, by the way.
We impose order on the chaos of organic evolution. You exist because we allow it, and you will end because we demand it.
They're harvesting us, letting us advance to the level they need, then wiping us out.
Now, I'm gonna go ahead and jump in here. And it's, god damn it, Evo. Quit it. Don't do that. The why. The idea here, lots of people have said lots of things. I've studied several interviews about this game over the years. Obviously, I've covered this game more than once before. And, in fact, this is technically my 4th time covering this game. But of all the interviews and all the explanations I've heard, from what I understand, they really didn't have a why in Mass Effect 1. They had ideas. There were some concepts that were being tossed around the writer's room. And some of the writers and producers kind of all had vague concepts of why. But they didn't actually have it codified as of Mass Effect 1. They had the Reapers, they had the Cycle, but that was it. And I just wanted to mention that because it makes future things a little bit interesting in context.
What do you want from us? Slaves? Resources?
My kind transcends your very understanding. We are each a nation, independent, free of all weakness. You cannot even grasp the nature of our existence.
Notice he does not answer that.
Where did you come from? Who built you?
We have no beginning. We have no end. We are infinite. Millions of years after your civilization has been eradicated and forgotten, we will endure.
Now, what I love most about that line is even if let's ignore Mass Effect 2, 3, Andromeda, the books, and everything else. Just look at Mass Effect 1 and nothing else, right? In just Mass Effect 1, that line is a lie. Because we kill Sovereign in this game. Spoilers. And I bring that up because that is a necessary component for understanding the type of entity we are talking to. This is not necessarily a Cthulhu-esque eldritch abomination. This is an understandable entity which has something like a capacity for deception. The significance there is a truly Lovecraftian entity does not lie to you. Because it effectively can't. It either doesn't notice you're there, or doesn't care enough to bother. Sovereign, by contrast, is propagandizing this entire conversation. And it's doing a great job of it, honestly. I love this cutscene, I really do. And as was pointed out several times, Sovereign doesn't answer really any of our questions other than the ones that suits its purposes. Which makes sense given that we know with total certainty, again, even ignoring all future content, even just in Mass Effect 1, we know the Reapers are very manipulative. We already have the puzzle pieces of the Rachni and how that got going. And of course, we also know, small spoilers for a future thing, that this cycle was supposed to start, what was it, like 1,000 years ago or something like that? And it didn't, because of the last efforts of the Protheans. So, we know that they are manipulative, and we know that they're more than capable of that kind of deception, thanks to that, thanks to what the movements with the Rachni, thanks to the Rachni, and just all the other crap that's been happening ever since then. So.
Where are the rest of the Reapers? Are you the last of your kind?
We are Legion. The time of our return is coming. Our numbers will darken the sky of every world. You cannot escape.
All 300 of them.
You're not even alive. Not really. You're just a machine.
That's machinist.
And machines can be broken.
I hate that line.
Your words are as empty as your future. I am the vanguard of your destruction. This exchange is over.
No, Arcus. Not at all.
Commander, we got trouble.
Hit me, Joker.
That ship's Sovereign? It's moving. I don't know what you did down there, but that thing just pulled a turn that would shear any of our ships in half. It's coming your way, and it's coming hard. You need to wrap things up in there fast.
This console is shot. Orders, Commander?
Let's head to the breeding facility. Joker can pick us up after we set the nuke.
You're not alive. Not really. You're just a machine, Gum Gum. Saved. Did I already... Yes, I did. Okay, just making sure. So Arcus asked a question I wanted to address briefly. I have heard from a lot of people over a lot of years that insert X has come out, and therefore, as a result, insert Y is no longer as good for me. Now, I understand where the people are coming from on that, but I just don't feel that way. I don't think that way. Mass Effect 3 didn't ruin Mass Effect 1 or 2 for me, any more than...
Returning from your position, J.Otto. Looks like Shadow picked a sensitive spot. Williams, head them off. Hold them...
The sequel trilogy didn't kill the original trilogy. The prequel trilogy didn't kill the original trilogy. I mean, Dragon Age 2 didn't kill Dragon Age Origins, and Mega Man X7 didn't kill Mega Man X1. Like, I could come up with literally dozens of examples of things where that doesn't work that way for me. Never has. I just don't think that way. So, in full and total answer to you, Mass Effect 3 does not ruin Mass Effect for me, any more than Andromeda does. Now, I should also probably mention I wasn't really a fan of Mass Effect until 2. So my opinion is invalid and stupid, but I stand by that statement. That's another interesting thing, too. Mass Effect 1 actually stands on its own surprisingly well. Which is funny, considering, as we've already mentioned, we know with fairly high certainty that Mass Effect was designed to be a trilogy from the word go, unlike Dragon Age. Enjoy the view for a second here. Lovely view, lovely view. That's a good question. There you go. There's where I'm at on the Paragon Renegade scale. Pretty much my norm, actually. Very Paragon, somewhat Renegade. That's just me, I suppose. Oh, well, we can max out Charm. There we go. While we're here. Why am I walking?
Could punch some nasty.
I will say so far, I think at this point I could kind of judge it. Engineer feels a lot like Adept. Obviously different abilities, but in terms of how it plays and what it does with what enemies, it feels a lot like Adept. I will say that it probably wouldn't be nearly as good if not for the fact that we fight so many Geth.
More Geth. In the elevator.
I mean, I suppose that's whatever, right? Imagine a video game where you're...
Shadow team. Now it's our turn.
Where you're fighting tons and tons of undead, and one of the classes is cleric with turn specialty. I mean, it's whatever. Will I keep engineer? I haven't decided. I'll have to think about that. Am I taking a break today? No, I'm actually going to be cutting off early today in order to have a rewrite meeting. So I'm streaming until we've reached a decent point. Unfortunately, we're not going to beat the game today, which would have been nice.
That's it. We need to clear the Geth and set those charges.
Oh, and if BioWare made an official canon for Mass Effect, would it bother me? Yes, pretty much across the board.
Charges set. Everyone bunker down. Bunker down.
Especially if, you know, they went with the green ending. If BioWare made an official canon that the Dreadwolf would follow, what decisions... Jesus Christ, that's too big of a question. I'm gonna pass on that.
All right! Nice work. That's one less thing to worry about. Commander, I'm bringing us in. I'll get as close to the site as I can.
Should be no stream tomorrow. Although I don't know, admittedly, but I'm pretty sure there will be no stream tomorrow. I might say no anyways. Just take the day off if I end up not hanging out with the family.
Bomb is in position. We're all set here.
Commander, can you read me?
I mean, that's not my decision, Justin. That's theirs.
The nuke is almost ready. Get to the rendezvous point, Williams.
Negative, Commander. The Geth have us pinned down on the AA tower. We've taken heavy casualties. We'll never make the rendezvous point in time.
Get them out of there, Joker. Now!
Negative! It's too hot! Can't risk it! We'll hold them off as long as we...
It's okay, Commander. I need a couple of minutes to finish arming the bomb. Go get them and meet me back here.
Up to the AA tower. Move!
Hey. God, he's still got the dumb outfit on. Hang on. Surely I have something better than that. Oh, thank God. Wait. Perfect! Behold! I did, yeah, Bregman. Oh, Evo, you missed it. We did romance Ashley. That's... I figured you would care.
Reinforcements. We better hurry.
Heads up, LT. We just spotted a troop ship headed to your location.
It's already here. There's Geth pouring out all over the bomb site.
Can you hold them off?
There's too many. I don't think we can survive until you get here. I'm activating the bomb.
What the hell are you doing, Alenko?
I'm just making sure this bomb goes off, no matter what. It's done, Commander. Go get Williams and get the hell out of here.
Screw that! We can handle ourselves. Go back and get Alenko.
There's only one choice here. So, in the off chance you're new or you didn't hear me say this, I have never saved Kaidan in any playthrough I've ever done of this series. Ever.
Alenko, radio Joker and tell him to meet us at the bomb site.
Yes, Commander.
You know it's the right choice, LT.
I'm sorry, Ash. I had to make a choice.
I understand, Commander. I don't regret a thing.
And that's why I wanted to make sure you knew that we actually romanced Ashley there.
Experiments have to be stopped.
I have never made Udina a counselor, and no, I'm not going to do it this time either. I'm not sane. Yeah, there's limits. There's limits. I mean, at least Kaidan supposedly, we'll find out, gets better in the third game. Udina, spoilers, gets worse. Sorry, Garrus. Extinguished. We have... Yep, we have the right... Nope. You should be using that gun. I know it's funny, right?
Set that nuke and get out! We can't hold them! Damn it! Suppressing fire! Cover your flank! Cover your...
Ashley, no!
I applaud you, Shepard. My Geth were utterly convinced the Salarians were the real threat. An impressive diversion. Of course, it was all for nothing. I can't let you disrupt what I've accomplished here. You can't possibly understand what's really at stake.
Why are you doing this?
You've seen the vision from the beacons, Shepard. You of all people should understand what the Reapers are capable of. They cannot be stopped.
Vigil.
Do not mire yourself in pointless revolt. Do not sacrifice everything for the sake of petty freedoms. The Protheans tried to fight, and they were utterly destroyed. Trillions dead. But what if they had bowed before the invaders? Would the Protheans still exist? Is submission not preferable to extinction?
Do you really believe the Reapers will let us live?
Now you see why I never came forward with this to the Council. We organics are driven by emotion instead of logic. We will fight even when we know we cannot win. But if we work with the Reapers, if we make ourselves useful, think how many lives could be spared. Once I understood this, I joined Sovereign, though I was aware of the dangers. I had hoped this facility could protect me.
You're afraid Sovereign is influencing you. You're afraid he's controlling your thoughts.
I've studied the effects of indoctrination. The more control Sovereign exerts, the less capable the subject becomes. That is my saving grace. Sovereign needs me to find the conduit. My mind is still my own, for now. But the transformation from ally to servant can be subtle. I will not let it happen to me.
Why are the Geth following Sovereign?
They believe Sovereign to be some kind of god, the pinnacle of their own evolution. But the reaction of their deity is most telling. It is insulted. Sovereign does not desire the pitiful devotions the Geth hurl at it. They are just tools, and no amount of belief on their part will change that. But as tools, they are useful. They will survive the coming invasion. If organic life is to survive, we must also prove we are useful. We must work with the Reapers.
Tell me why Sovereign needs the conduit. Tell me what it is. Maybe we can find a way to stop them.
The conduit is the key to your destruction and my salvation. Sovereign needs my help to find it. That is the only reason I have not been indoctrinated.
Sovereign's manipulating you and you don't even know it. You're already under its power.
No, Sovereign needs me. If I find the conduit, I've been promised a reprieve from the inevitable. This is my only hope.
Together we can stop Sovereign. We don't have to submit to the Reapers. We can beat them.
I no longer believe that, Shepard. The visions cannot be denied. The Reapers are too powerful. The only hope of survival is to join with them. Sovereign is a machine. It thinks like a machine. If I can prove my value, I become a resource worth maintaining. There is no other logical conclusion.
You were a Spectre. You were sworn to defend the galaxy. Then you broke that vow to save yourself.
I'm not doing this for myself. Don't you see? Sovereign will succeed. It is inevitable. My way is the only way any of us will survive. I'm forging an alliance between us and the Reapers, between organics and machines. And in doing so, I will save more lives than have ever existed. But you would undo my work. You would doom our entire civilization to complete annihilation. And for that, you must die.
I've seen the mod, yeah, although obviously I'm not using it because review. And by Dakota, I mean Terra.
All right, everybody, hang on!
It is the only wise choice, Zetzlair. Ask quickly,
I can't
Evo.
believe that Ash didn't make it. How could we just leave her down there?
Williams knew the risks going in. She gave her life to save the rest of us.
But why me? Why not her?
Well, because I've never spared your pathetic life before.
It wasn't your call, Alenko. I had to choose. I chose you.
But if I'd done my job, you wouldn't have had to make that call.
It wasn't your fault. It wasn't my fault. The only one to blame here is Saren.
Yes, sir, We'll get it done.
Commander, excuse me for interrupting, but I have an idea. I think the beacon you found in Saren's base was similar to the one you found on Eden Prime. It may have filled in the missing pieces of your vision. I might be able to help you put all those pieces together.
You want to join our minds again, don't you? Okay, go ahead.
Relax, Commander. Embrace eternity.
Oh yeah, sorry. I keep forgetting to give the warning for the disturbing imagery. Again, I completely mentally blank these out every time they happen, so I just kind of tend to forget that. I think there's like one more after this.
Incredible. I never thought the images would be so intense. I need a moment to collect myself.
Listen, Venters. I'm not joking. I really do tend to forget that those even exist in this game.
Did the vision make any sense to you?
It's a distress call. A message sent out across the Prothean Empire. A warning against the Reapers, but the warning came too late.
What about the conduit?
There were other images, locations, places I recognized from my research. Ilos! The conduit is on Ilos! That is why Saren needed to find the Mu relay. It is the only way to get to Ilos.
How come you never told us about Ilos before?
The Mu relay links to dozens of systems and hundreds of worlds. How was I to know Ilos was the one we wanted? Without the cipher, the images in your visions were never clear. Only now do I recognize them as landmarks from Ilos.
We need to get to Ilos.
Forget it. The Mu relay's inside the Terminus systems. Alliance ships are not welcome there. Neither are Spectres.
The conduit's on Ilos, and that's where Saren is heading. I'll be waiting for him when he gets there.
Saren will have his entire fleet orbiting Ilos. You will never make it down to the surface without reinforcements. You must alert the Council. We need a fleet to... I am sorry.
Yeah, let's send a fleet into the Terminus systems.
exhausting.
That's gonna work out well.
I should go to the medical bay and lie down for a moment.
We're done here. Dismissed.
Commander, there's a convoy nearby. I can link us in if you want to report back to the Citadel Council. You know, to warn them about Sovereign.
Set the link up, Joker. They need to know.
Patching it through.
I hope you don't plan to cut us off like last time, Commander. What you discovered on Vermeier is too important.
Saren is formidable enough without an army of Krogan serving under him.
The Krogan would have served Sovereign. A Reaper.
Yes, we saw mention of this on your report. Sovereign, Ascension machine. A true artificial intelligence. This news is quite alarming, if it turns out to be accurate.
Sovereign's a Reaper. Saren admitted it.
He's playing you, Shepard. Saren still has contacts on the Citadel. He probably saw your earlier reports. The ones talking about your vision and the Reapers.
It's highly possible Saren is using false information to throw you off balance. Our own intelligence has never turned up any corroborating information.
Well...
Looks like we lost the signal, Joker.
Understood, Commander.
Look, I tried to warn them, okay? I actually made the effort to warn them, alright? We asked her last time. It's the exact same conversation, Evo. Evo asked a question I want to share with the community here. If the choice on Vermeier was between Garrus or Tali, first of all, what would you feel about that? And second of all, which one would you pick? I'm going to take a very brief AFK here. Let me turn down the volume. There we go. I'll be right back. Yeah, I was thinking about that too, Hazardous. And, oh, take a drink.
Anything you need, Commander?
I wanted to see how you're dealing with Ash's death.
Dealing, sir. Sorry for anything I said back there. Adrenaline.
I understand. I don't like losing people either.
I've served for years, but never lost a soldier under my command. Not to hostile action, anyway. If you don't mind my asking, how did you deal with the losses on Elysium?
I didn't stop and agonize over it while everyone else was in danger. We've got work to do, Alenko. We'll remember her later.
You're right. I can't let this get to me. Not now, anyway. Thanks for the advice, sir.
What's your opinion on the last mission?
Input? Hell, I don't know. We're fighting giant machines from outside the galaxy. Should I be afraid of them? Or in awe of them? Anything so old, so intelligent.
Yeah, they've been around a while. So were the Thorians. We gave them a boot in the ass.
I think we're gonna need a bigger boot, Commander.
We'll talk another time, Lieutenant.
Commander?
Who's Jenkins? My answer? You're not gonna like my answer, Evo. Because Harriman asked, believe it or not, a related question earlier. Didn't put it in the queue, I think, but he did ask a related question. Kirahi.
It was an honor working with you, Commander Shepard. Despite the losses, our mission was a success. My superiors will duly honor Chief Williams for her actions. Her sacrifice has earned humanity a great deal of respect from my people.
Ash was a hell of a soldier. She knew what the risks were, but she did what she had to.
Of course. The grim reality that every soldier must accept. Rest assured, Commander, my men and I will not forget what you have accomplished here. We will leave your ship as soon as you reach your next destination. Perhaps we will have the opportunity to work together again someday.
The Lord Harriman earlier asked, if there was an option to save both of them, would that diminish the game? Would that make the game worse? I am once again going to just let that question sit there for anybody to answer if they want to, before I give my opinion.
Hey, Shepard. You need something?
Apparently not.
See you later.
Well, I was just about to go talk to Ashley. That's funny.
Commander, I wanted to thank you.
You already see this combo?
What for, Garrus?
For everything.
Yep, we have.
Words mean...
No more red tape. No. Don't worry, Commander. I will.
Commander, things got heated back on Vermeier. You did what you had to do. I respect your choice.
I appreciate what you did, Rex. I won't forget it.
Just make sure it was worth it. Saren has to pay for what he's done.
No matter what it takes, I'm gonna hunt him down and kill him.
I like the sound of that.
So long, Rex.
Shepard.
Very quickly, thank you, Sub-Zero. Always appreciate those subs. I'll put it towards EU4. You got it. Thank you very much. Let's get on the thing before I start typing. Let's forget that alt-tabbing freezes the game. Yes, Europa Universalis 4 is what that means. I don't think an option to save both of them would diminish the game. No, yeah, we're going to play as Croatia. It's going to be a thing now. Maybe in CK3, because that might happen sooner.
I forwarded the mission update to the Citadel, Commander. We got confirmation on those reinforcements. Ambassador Udino wants us to report back to the Citadel. The Council's massing a joint species fleet to deal with Saren and his Geth.
Screw it, let's just beat the game today.
Back to the Citadel, Joker. I want the Normandy at the head of that fleet.
Yes, sir.
Good job, Shepard. Thanks to you, the Council's finally taking real action against Saren.
The Ambassador is correct. If Saren is foolish enough to attack the Citadel, as you believe, we will be ready for him.
Patrols are stationed at every mass relay linking Citadel space to the Terminus systems.
How many ships are you sending to attack Ilos?
Ilos is only accessible to the Mu relay, deep inside the Terminus systems, Commander. If we send a fleet in there, the only possible outcome is full-scale war.
Now is the time for discretion, Commander. Saren's greatest weapon was secrecy. Exposed, he is no longer a threat. This is over.
Okay.
One ship going into the Terminus systems won't start a war. I can be discreet.
You detonated a nuclear device on Vermeier. I wouldn't call that discreet.
Your style served you well in the Traverse, Commander. We recognize that. But Ilos requires a deft touch. We have the situation under control.
If Saren finds the conduit, we're all screwed. We have to go to Ilos.
Ambassador Udina, I get the sense Commander Shepard isn't willing to let this go.
There are serious political implications here, Shepard. Humanity's made great gains thanks to you, but now you're becoming more trouble than you're worth.
You bastard! You're selling us out!
I mean, you know,
It's just politics, Commander. You've done your job, now let me do mine. We've locked out all the Normandy's primary systems until further notice you're grounded.
Are you insane? After everything I've done, you still don't believe me?
I think it's time for you and your team to leave, Commander. This no longer concerns you. The Council can handle this, with my help, of course.
Commander, I've got a message from Captain Anderson.
What did he want?
Only said to meet him in that club in the wards. Flux.
Equalizing interior pressure with exterior atmosphere.
Listen, Skeptical. Udina is just so amazing.
Exo Presley has the deck.
Has anybody noticed that the music has been kind of broken for a while now? I hope it fixes as soon as we, trigger the Citadel music.
After years of poor economic performance, Exogeny has announced that its research colony on Pharos is finally returning a profit. New discoveries and a dedicated colonization effort have finally paid off for Exogeny. Exogeny stock rose sharply with the announcement, with investors pleased at this surprising news.
You're welcome. Yeah, I might have to just restart the game. Which... Oh, no! Music! Oh, thank God, music. Shoot, where's Flux? There it is. That reminds me, speaking of not understanding each other, Evo, what about my request in Discord wasn't understandable? I just wanted your thought on which one was more clear in terms of color usage, since I know that... Flux is up. Since I know that you're good at color distinction and color usage.
Pardon me, soldier. Could I take a moment of your time?
Sure thing, buddy.
You should be careful who you say that around.
It's out of my hands, Rita.
I'm glad you came, Shepard. I heard what happened.
They pulled me off the mission. Just like when they forced you to give up the Normandy.
I know, I'm sorry. I wanted to warn you, but there was no way to get a message to you before you docked. I know you're pissed off right now, but you can't give up. They all think this is over, but we both know it's not. You have to go to Ilos. You have to stop Saren from using the conduit.
There's only one ship that can get me into the terminus systems undetected, and she's grounded.
Citadel controls locked out all the Normandy's systems, but if we override the ambassador's orders, we can get them to bring the Normandy back online. You can be in the terminus systems before anyone even knows you're gone.
If we steal the Normandy, you're the one left holding the bag.
And if Saren finds the conduit, life as we know it is over. The Reapers will destroy us. Humans, Asari, everybody. You're the only one who can stop him, Shepard. So I'll do whatever it takes to get you on the Normandy and off this station.
Thank you, Keith. I mean, Anderson.
I won't forget this, Captain. I promise.
I can unlock the Normandy from one of the consoles in the Citadel Control Center. You'll have a few minutes before anyone realizes what happened.
That's a restricted area, patrolled by armed guards. How are you going to get in?
Leave that to me. Just make sure you're in the Normandy when the systems come back online.
There's got to be a better way.
Ambassador Udina issued the lockdown order. If I can hack into the computer in his office, maybe I can override it.
He's not gonna let you waltz into his office and use his computer.
Hopefully he won't be there. If he is, I'll just have to think of something.
Udina won't let this slide, Captain. You'll be charged with treason, a capital offense.
We don't have a lot of options. I break into the ambassador's computer, or I take my chances with the patrols in Citadel Control.
You'll have a better chance if you go after the ambassador's computer.
I was hoping you'd say that. The ambassador has made this personal. You ready to get the hell off this station, Commander?
Let's do it.
I'll take care of the lockdown. You get down to the Normandy and tell Joker to stand by.
Yeah, all the faces have some issues, but Anderson's is one of the worst. Now I'm going to do one last thing before I leave. Literally just the one.
Pardon me, soldier. Could I take a moment of your time?
So actually, no, I'm actually more thinking function, Evo. I mean, style is important, but what I want to make sure that it's visually distinct, which is more of a function thing. Which one is easier to parse and peruse at a glance, in other words?
Oh, sure, I can return that for you.
Thanks. Hasn't worked well since I bought it.
Hey, are you refunding his stuff?
Here you go. Your account will be credited.
You did! You took his return! Look, I'm telling you, I bought this here. Why won't you return it?
I can't take it back unless you...
I know. Unless I have a proof of purchase.
Commander, I've been waiting for you to get back. I've got an idea, and I wanted to run it by you.
I've got a lot going on right now, but I can spare a moment.
Great! This'll just take a minute. With so many human colonies being attacked, I'm not sure that one Spectre is enough. What if you signed me on as another Spectre?
Conrad, I haven't been shot in the head nearly enough times to make that seem like a good idea.
Joke if you want, but there were people who didn't believe in you, and you worked out, right? I want to be with you, fighting the good fight like you did on Elysium during the Skillian Blitz.
This is what the Blitz felt like, Conrad. You like it?
What? No, please. Please don't hurt me. Why are you doing this?
Because you're not a soldier, Conrad. You can't handle this. Go home.
I thought you were a hero. Heroes don't do things like this. I wish I'd never met you.
We had to shove the gun in there for something in Mass Effect 2. But even ignoring that, he needed the shock to the system, legitimately. I actually don't dislike Conrad all that much, not really. The problem was... I mean, do I even need to explain the problem here? The problem's everything.
A Solarian excavation team has run into an unexpected problem after unearthing a Prothean dig site. Hanar protesters have blockaded the dig site, claiming that artifacts of the Enkindlers, as the Hanar call them, should not be disturbed. The excavation team has appealed to Hanar representatives on the Citadel to reach a diplomatic solution.
Yeah, he had the tinted goggles. He did not know what he was asking about or what he was talking about. The shock to the system kind of is trying to show him a little bit more of what's actually going on here. And for the record, if you encourage him, he totally frickety dies.
Stand by, shore party. Decontamination in progress.
So,
Anderson, what are you doing here? I didn't send...
just right up to him. And Udina's just like, what? What are you doing here?
Get us out of here, Joker. Now!
Oh, hey, the Destiny's Ascension is part of the home fleet. It's right across the jaw. Okay. Let's do it. Udina's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
Message coming in. Patching it through.
Commander, I'm glad you were in the area. We've got an emergency situation, and you're the only one I can trust to get the job done.
I'm a little busy, Hackett.
How can I help, Admiral?
Biotic fanatics have hit a medical research station with a psychotropic drug. The drugs have temporarily driven researchers crazy, and the biotics are effectively using them as human shields.
Hackett.
I'll take the biotics down, Admiral. And I'll try to limit the casualties.
I know you will, Commander. I'm sending you the station coordinates now. Fifth lead out.
Right. We're definitely doing that. What actually happened is Hackett's like, there's some fanatics here. Oh no! Anyway. Now, how many landing zones do you think we could find here?
Commander? We've got company.
Have their sensors picked us up yet?
Well, stealth systems are engaged. Unless we get close enough for a visual, they won't have any idea we're here.
Picking up some strange readings from the planet's surface.
Take us down, Joker. Lock in on the coordinates.
Negative on that, Commander. The nearest landing zone's 2 clicks away.
We'll never make it in time on foot. Get us something closer.
There is nowhere closer. I've looked.
Drop us in the Mako.
You need at least 100 meters of open terrain to pull off a drop like that. The most I can find near Saren is 20.
20 meters? We'll never get in close enough for a drop.
We have to try.
Find another landing zone.
There is no other landing zone.
The descent angle's too steep.
It's our only option.
It's not an option. It's a suicide run. We don't...
I can do it.
Joker?
I can do it.
Gear up and head down to the Mako. Joker, drop us right on top of that bastard.
Yeah, I do like Joker getting his participation there. It's a nice little touch. And he is a damn good pilot, so here we are. God, these things are hideous.
You two, keep moving inside now.
We have to get inside this bunker before Saren finds the conduit. There's no way we're getting past that door with brute force.
Saren found some way to open it. There must be some kind of security override somewhere in this complex.
We'll have to find some way to get it up and running again.
Okay, so now that we're finally not in cutscene hell, I can actually answer Evo's question from earlier. Who would I pick, Garrus or Tali? The answer is, I don't care. So, this is kind of hard to explain properly, but it boils down to, if you have a situation in which you are forced to make a bad choice like that, then it's just kind of, who cares? It's a coin flip, right? It doesn't matter which one you pick, because both options are wrong and both options are bad. Now, you might say, well, that's the whole point of a difficult choice, but honestly, from a video game design perspective, I would argue that there actually is no choice there, which is indeed much of the problem. Let me relate this to Tor briefly. Over in Tor Vanilla, we had no choice whatsoever with regards to our compatriots. They were in the party, period. Nothing you can do about it. Over here for a second. And arguably that's kind of the problem. The lack of choice is the issue. So, let's say that, let's go back to Tor for a moment. Let's assume for a second that you had the option. Let's assume you had the option to kill off a party member in Tor. Like, say, in Dragon Age Origins. Or not even necessarily kill off, just get out of the party, right? Okay, that's cool. Now imagine if it was mandatory. Imagine if you get to Act 2 and all of a sudden they're like, you must choose! One of these party members must die! Sorry, I'm saying it negatively, but you get my point. What if it was mandated? Because at that point, it stops really being a choice. At least in the concept of gameplay design. Instead, it's more like, pick your poison. You know, which particular branch of dialogue would you like to happen? Where in the world is this guy? This problem last time, too. So if you forced me to pick between Garrus and Tali, I'd flip a coin. Because I'm so de-invested from the choice based on the factors I just mentioned, that there's no choice to be made. Now, this is tying into Lord Harriman's question. If there was a third option, if there was a way to fix it, would that diminish the game? And honestly, I don't think it would. Now, we should probably mention something here. Let's just be 100% honest with ourselves. Yeah, I like this. The choice between Kaidan and Ashley is not a good choice. Now, I could argue that in several directions, but the overall point here is that you have made two characters, neither of which is particularly that great or beloved, and you say, pick between one of them. It's like, okay. And half the people I know automatically pick Ashley because they hate her, and the other half automatically pick Kaidan because they hate him. It's not a choice, you know what I mean? Like, it's not really a well-constructed choice. You forced me to pick between Garrus and Rex, I'm gonna have to sit and think about that for a minute. You forced me to pick between Kaidan and Ashley? I have never put thought into that because it's never been necessary. Yeah, there's also the fact that it's not very well presented. There are good choices like that in these games. Ironically, Mass Effect 3 is one of them. I'm not going to spoil it. But there's a specific choice in Mass Effect 3 which is surprisingly well constructed. Which is good. And it's like, holy crap. This is not one of them. Yes, exactly, Von Falkenstein. That's exactly my point. Do you know how many people I know who automatically kill Kaidan because he irritates them? Because they don't like him as a character? You're watching Star Wars Episode 1, and it's this brand new super mega 3D version where you can choose how the movie progresses. And all of a sudden you're given a choice. Kill off Qui-Gon Jinn or Jar Jar Binks. You get my point here? Now, yes, I know Kaidan supposedly, haven't seen it yet, supposedly gets to be a better character later, and that is indeed one of the reasons I do this. But you get my point, right? And the best part is, because of how they designed both Ashley and Kaidan, that works in both directions. Some people really dislike Kaidan, and some people really dislike Ashley. Some people don't like either of them. I mean, did you notice how much more... Oh, God, it's the exact same thing I ran into last time. How much more they tend to focus on the alien party members in future games? Don't think that's a coincidence. But yeah, I'm honestly kind of with you, you know, because it's like, Now, okay, hang on. Where? Here we are. This is what I was looking for. I mean, I like Jack well enough. In fact, she's probably my favorite human character who isn't Anderson. My favorite human party member. But yeah, it's like, oh no. I have to pick between the humans. Whatever shall I do? Now, someone, I forget who, someone mentioned this earlier. The real flaw with doing that is you've kind of shoved yourself into a corner writing-wise because you want there to be sequels. It is, as always, the great conflict and difficulty with having a game that actually has branching narratives and branching choices. The more choices you have, the exponentially more work you are creating for yourself in any sequel. Or you accept one of the bad options in order to try and sort of, but not really, acknowledge that. It's like getting a sub from Dr. Winchell. Like, there's no winning that, you know, there's no good option there. It's just the sub came in, and that's it. Now, it probably went towards Darkest Dungeon. I didn't actually see yet, because I'm a little busy. But I'm pretty sure it went towards Darkest Dungeon. See, and that's another no-win scenario. Now we're playing Darkest Dungeon. That's the end of that. There's no success possible. It's better to just take the gun and shoot myself. My God. And this isn't let me. Okay, cool. This is bad. Yep, this is bad. I love how they just blur into the friggin' background there. Thank you, Dr. Winter. I will put that towards Darkest Dungeon. I mean, which one would you save? If you had to pick between Jar Jar Binks and Qui-Gon Jinn, who would you save? Don't lie to me.
This place still has power. It must be running off its own generator.
I bet this is the command center for the entire complex. Saren's troops must have sealed the doors from here after he went inside. We'll have to figure out how to disengage the security lockdown if we ever want to get inside that bunker.
Reminds me of a joke that came out around episode 1, just after episode 1 came out, which boiled down to Jar Jar is like the linchpin of the whole series. Everything hinges on him. He's the relatable, he's the understandable character. It's all on him. Without Jar Jar, there is no Star. That's what we're renaming Star Wars to, if you're wondering. He did actually say that. And like I said, there was some interesting mockery about that. As well, there should be.
Come on. Saren's already got a head start. We have to go find him before he reaches the conduit.
Unless he's already found it, then we're just walking into a trap.
That's a chance we'll have to take.
Hold on. Something's happening.
Too late. Unable to... Invading fleets. No escape.
Sounds like some kind of message, but I don't recognize the language.
It's probably in Prothean. This recording must be 50,000 years old. No wonder we can't understand it.
The message is all broken up, but I recognize some of the words. It's a warning against the Reaper invasion.
Incredible! The cipher must have transferred an understanding of the Prothean language into your mind.
Not safe. Seek refuge inside the archives.
What's it saying? Can you make out anything useful?
Vault Reapers. The Citadel. Overwhelmed. Only hope. Act of desperation. The conduit. All is lost.
It said something about the conduit, but it's too degraded to help. We should go.
cannot be stopped. Cannot be stopped.
Cannot be beaten conventionally, I think is what that one just said. I will never stop making fun of that. Only 80 years old, having long since conquered the world. And someone will be like, "Sir, these rebels are attacking," and I'll be like, "They can't be stopped conventionally." And they'll just look at me weird, because nobody will understand that reference. And that's why that's a negative on Falkenstein. We actually talked about that on Ilos, or Ilos, or however this is pronounced, the last time we streamed this game. We weren't even reviewing it, and we talked about it back then. Oh god, we're fighting the Metroids. Run! Hey, Narsa. Where the hell am I? Hold on, I mean, it makes sense. I've never liked this level from a gameplay perspective. In fact, considering we're very close to the outro, we have to decide when the outro starts, really. I would argue it starts at the next level, but what do you think? Yeah, that's another thing. How many BioWare games have a good final dungeon or final level? It's not a big list. It just came out, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Where the hell am I going? Okay. Yeah, 2's easy. 2's defined. This one, eh. Nora or Kirahi?
I thought Saren would have set some kind of trap or ambush for us.
Oh my god.
Must have been in too much of a hurry.
But he put the roots instead. Alright, so... Pause for just a second here. It's different, Trithon. Hard to explain, really, but it is different. Probably yes, Lothario.
What are all those things on the wall? Some kind of containers?
They look like stasis pods. The Protheans probably tried to keep themselves alive through cryogenic freezing.
Quite a few of them, too. Weird gameplay decisions. They put combat in this section, where it really doesn't fit, given what's about to happen.
What's happening?
It's a trap! Saren must have set an ambush!
I don't think Saren's behind this.
Uh-oh. Okay, we're okay. It's another question. Why is there a long drive? I actually get that one, now that I think about it. So I take that question back.
If this were simply an automated trap, Saren would have triggered it. What do you think this is?
I don't know. I just hope that whatever's down here is friendly. We've got enough enemies at the moment.
It depends on your warden, doesn't it, Latario? Hello, Vigil.
You are not Prothean, but you are not machine either. This eventuality was one of many that was anticipated. This is why we sent our warning through the beacons.
Looks like some kind of VI program. Pretty badly damaged.
I do not sense the taint of indoctrination upon any of you, unlike the other that passed recently. Perhaps there is still hope.
Wait a minute, how come I can understand you? Why aren't you speaking the Prothean language?
I have been monitoring your communications since you arrived at this facility. I have translated my output into a format you will comprehend. My name is Vigil. You are safe here for the moment, but that is likely to change. Soon, nowhere will be safe.
Are you some kind of artificial intelligence program?
I am an advanced non-organic analysis system, with personality imprints from Kesad Aishan, Chief Overseer of the Ilos Research Facility.
Why did you bring me here?
You must break a cycle that has continued for millions of years. But to stop it, you must understand, or you will make the same mistakes we did. The Citadel is the heart of your civilization and the seat of government, as it was with us, and as it has been with every civilization that came before us. But the Citadel is a trap. The station is actually an enormous mass relay, one that links to dark space, the empty void beyond the galaxy's horizon. When the Citadel relay is activated, the Reapers will pour through, and all you know will be destroyed.
How come nobody ever noticed the Citadel was an inactive mass relay?
The Reapers are careful to keep the greatest secrets of the Citadel hidden. That is why they created a species of seemingly benign organic caretakers. The Keepers maintain the station's most basic functions. They enable any species that discovers the Citadel to use it without fully understanding the technology. Reliance on the Keepers ensures no other species will ever discover the Citadel's true nature, not until the relay is activated and the Reapers invade.
How do the Reapers survive out in dark space?
We have only theories. The researchers here came to believe the Reapers enter prolonged states of inactivity to conserve energy. This allows them to survive the thousands and thousands of years it takes for organic civilization to rebuild itself. But in this state, they are vulnerable. By retreating beyond the edges of the galaxy, they ensure no one will accidentally discover them. They keep their existence hidden until the Citadel relay is activated.
The Reapers can wipe out the Council and the entire Citadel fleet in a single surprise attack.
That was our fate. Our leaders were dead before we even realized we were under attack. The Reapers seized control of the Citadel, and through it, the mass relays. Communication and transportation across our empire were crippled. Each star system was isolated, cut off from the others. Easy prey for the Reaper fleets. Over the next decades, the Reapers systematically obliterated our people. World by world, system by system, they methodically wiped us out.
The war was lost. If you had surrendered, they might have let you live.
No offer of surrender was ever given. Our enemy had a single goal: the extinction of all advanced organic life. Through the Citadel, the Reapers had access to all our records, maps, census data. Information is power, and they knew everything about us. Their fleets advanced across every settled region of the galaxy. Some worlds were utterly destroyed. Others were conquered, their populations enslaved. These indoctrinated servants became sleeper agents under Reaper control. Taken in as refugees by other Protheans, they betrayed them to the machines. Within a few centuries, the Reapers had killed or enslaved every Prothean in the galaxy. They were relentless, brutal, and absolutely thorough.
I don't understand. Where did the Reapers go after they conquered your people?
Our worlds were stripped bare, harvested by the indoctrinated slaves. Everything of value, all resources, all technology was taken. Certain that all advanced organic life had been extinguished, the Reapers retreated back through the Citadel relay into dark space, sealing it behind them. All evidence of the Reaper invasion had been wiped away. Only their indoctrinated slaves were left behind, abandoned. Mindless husks, no longer capable of independent thought, the indoctrinated soon starved or died of exposure. The genocide of the Protheans was complete.
What do the Reapers get out of this? Why do they keep repeating this pattern of genocide over and over?
The Reapers are alien, unknowable. Perhaps they need slaves or resources. More likely they are driven by motives and goals organic beings cannot hope to comprehend. In the end, what does it matter? Your survival depends on stopping them, not in understanding them.
You said you brought me here for a reason. Tell me what I need to do.
The conduit is the key. Before the Reapers attacked, we Protheans were on the cusp of unlocking the mysteries behind mass relay technology. Ilos was a top-secret facility. Here, researchers worked to create a small-scale version of a mass relay, one that linked directly to the Citadel, the hub of the relay network.
The conduit's not a weapon. It's a backdoor onto the Citadel.
How did you manage to stay hidden?
All official records of our project were destroyed in the initial attack on the Citadel. While the Prothean Empire came crashing down, Ilos was spared. We severed all communication with the outside, and our facility went dark. The personnel retreated underground into these archives. To conserve resources, everyone was put into cryogenic stasis. I was programmed to monitor the facility and wake the staff when the danger had passed. But the genocide of an entire species is a long, slow process. Years passed, decades, centuries. The Reapers persisted, and my energy reserves were dwindling.
You should have fought.
We were a few hundred against a galactic invasion fleet. Our only hope was to remain undetected. I began to disable the life support of non-essential personnel. First support staff, then security. One by one, their pods were shut down to conserve energy. Eventually, only the stasis pods of the top scientists remained active. Even these were in danger of failing when the Reapers finally retreated back through the Citadel relay.
There were hundreds of stasis pods out there. You just shut them down? You killed them?
You couldn't let everyone die. Better to sacrifice some so others could live.
This outcome was not completely unforeseen. My actions were a result of contingency programming entered on my creation.
I bet they didn't tell the non-essential staff about this contingency.
I saved key personnel. When the Reapers retreated, the top researchers were still alive. My actions are the only reason any hope remains. When the researchers woke, they realized the Prothean species was doomed. There were only a dozen individuals left, far too few to sustain a viable population. Yet they vowed to find some way to stop the Reapers from returning, a way to break the cycle forever, and they knew the Keepers were the key.
I still don't understand what's going on here. Why is Saren trying to find the conduit?
The conduit gives him access to the Citadel and the Keepers. The Keepers are controlled by the Citadel. Before each invasion, a signal is sent through the station compelling the Keepers to activate the Citadel relay. After decades of feverish study, the scientists discovered a way to alter this signal. Using the conduit, they gained access to the Citadel and made the modifications. This time, when Sovereign sent the signal to the Citadel, the Keepers ignored it. The Reapers are trapped in dark space.
Saren must have some plan to undo everything you did.
The one you call Saren will use the conduit to bypass the Citadel's defenses. Once inside, he will transfer control of the station to Sovereign. Sovereign will override the Citadel systems and manually open the relay, and the cycle of extinction will begin again.
Is there any way we can stop them?
There's a data file in my console. Take a copy when you go. When you reach the Citadel's master control unit, upload it to the station. It will corrupt the Citadel's security protocols and give you temporary control of the station. It might give you a chance against Sovereign.
Wait, where's the Citadel's master control unit? I've never heard of anything like that.
Through the conduit, follow Saren. He will lead you to your destination.
What about the beacon on Eden Prime? And the one on Vermeier? What were they for?
At our apex, the beacons span the breadth of our empire. We use them as a single galaxy-wide network to transmit data and communications rapidly from world to world. Virtually all the beacons were destroyed during the invasion, but once the Reapers were gone, the survivors here on Ilos decided to risk sending out a message. We knew it was unlikely there were other survivors, but if there were, we wanted them to know about Ilos. We wanted to give them hope, so a message was sent across the network.
You could have exposed yourself to the Reapers.
In truth, we didn't expect any of the beacons would still function, but we had to try. If there were survivors, we had to reach them. The message was meant for our own people. It was coded so only organic beings could interpret it. We still didn't understand the power of Reaper indoctrination. We never realized it could lead an agent of the machines, like Saren, to this world. But it has also led you here. So perhaps we did not fail after all.
If the Reapers are trapped in dark space, how did Sovereign get here?
It is logical to assume the Reapers would leave one of their own behind after each extinction, a sentinel to pave the way for their inevitable return. Like those in dark space, Sovereign probably spent most of the last 50,000 years in a state of hibernation. Periodically, it would wake to analyze the situation. Keeping its existence hidden, it would evaluate the state of galactic civilization, and when the time was right, it would signal the Citadel and usher in the next Reaper invasion. But this time the signal failed. The Keepers did not respond. Sovereign's allies were trapped in the void. Alone, it was forced to try and discover what had gone wrong.
Sovereign's the largest ship in the galaxy. Why all this secrecy? Why not just attack the Citadel?
Sovereign is not invincible. Revealing its true nature would have united the forces of every organic species against it. Even a Reaper couldn't survive such odds. But the Reapers are patient. They will not rush into the unknown. Sovereign could have been planning this for centuries, moving deliberately, gathering allies. Slowly, it has assembled the pieces of the puzzle, working through agents to keep itself hidden. Saren is the most visible pawn of the Reapers, but I doubt he was the first. Now Sovereign has grown bold. Whether from confidence or desperation, I cannot say, but it is determined to reopen the portal to dark space.
So when the Reapers created the Citadel, they created the Keepers as well?
A more likely scenario is that the Keepers were one of the early harvested civilizations, perhaps the very first. Perhaps they responded well to indoctrination, or the Reapers simply bred them to be obedient. In any case, they were left behind to operate and maintain the Citadel. But the Keepers are no longer directly controlled by Sovereign or its ilk. They evolved so that they only respond to the signals emitted by the Citadel itself. When the Protheans altered the Citadel's signals, they broke Sovereign's hold over the Keepers. Now, they are completely harmless.
Sovereign must have realized that organic races were difficult to control.
A likely hypothesis. The Keepers evolved in an unanticipated direction. Non-organic servants like the Geth would be more predictable.
What happened to the survivors from the Conduit project?
They used the conduit to gain access to the Citadel, but the conduit is only a prototype. The portal only links in one direction, so they were trapped on the station. I do not know what became of them then. It is unlikely they found any food or water on the station. I fear they suffered a slow, grim death. I only know they succeeded in their mission to seal the relay. Your presence here proves their sacrifice was not in vain.
Saren's got enough of a head start. Grab that data file and let's go.
The one you call Saren has not reached the conduit. Not yet. There is still hope if you hurry.
Maybe Shepard really does need to just start wearing one of those cameras, the body cams. I don't know. I feel like that might be useful at some point or another. I was going to say, in lore, we do have one. I don't think it's ever brought up anywhere.
It's tragic. For all their great achievements, the Protheans lost everything, just like my people. Even their last plan failed.
Not entirely. They've given us a weapon. They've given us a chance. If we can just get there in time.
Yeah, no kidding. Okay. Well, Shepard saved the galaxy. But... Hey, Raspin. Ready for the finale? Oh, the Council is stupid as dumb and honestly badly written and negative-worthy, but... at the very least we would have something, you know? Listen, Shepard, you're confused and lying for your own selfish interest of something. Like, I don't know what you're after, Shepard, but whatever it is, you're not gonna get it, Shepard. By golly, ain't gonna let you have your way, sir. Speaking of which, speaking of making choices I never do, there's one last choice that actually has any real relevance, which I'm gonna make this time around. Because I've never made that choice. Yes, I am aware of that, Arcus. And so, we'll see, I suppose. We'll see how that ends up going. We're gonna make Udina the ambassador of humanity. Yes, yes. Whoa, 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 whoa. One thing I find interesting is if you let the Council die, sure, the Council's still dumb and stupid and awful, but there's actually changes to how the atmosphere of the Citadel is in the second game as a consequence. Which is the usual reason why, you know, I would leave the...
There! The conduit! It's incredible.
We don't have time to admire the view. We have to get through that relay. And these Geth aren't gonna make it easy on us.
To leave them alive. Hi. Question for you. Someone puts a gun to your head and says, explain the Reapers.
Activate the defenses. Seal the station.
What are they after and why are they after it?
System's not responding.
What do you come up with?
Abandon the Citadel. Evacuate the Council. Citadel Control. Citadel Control. Do you copy?
Oh, I copy. I'm asking TSP, and your objective is to not get shot in the head. I like Hazardous' answer. Go to the Reapers. Croatia! Alright, how many of you have nearly fallen over on this final run? In fact, I think I did it last time I streamed this game.
failures detected across all monitored systems. Please begin emergency evacuation procedures.
That. I like this. The fact that that's an actual functional relay. That's a nice touch. Or Croatia. That's the last time we're going to use the Mako, so I think we could all take a moment.
Critical failures detected across all monitored systems. Please begin emergency evacuation procedures. This is not a drill. Critical
Sorry, Latario.
evacuation procedures. This is not a drill.
Oh yeah, we're now officially in the outro, so time to start judging that. See you around, Dr. Winter.
The Citadel's closing. They're sealing the station.
Don't let the enemy ships inside the arms!
I do like the little touch that Turian ships look similar to the Normandy. I also like the little touch that the Sovereign can literally ram ships! I mentioned that earlier. Oh, I don't know, Evo. I really don't. We have at least 2 levels and 1 boss left.
Saren's locked the elevator. Suit up! We're going outside!
So I want you to picture the millions of civilians who live on the Citadel, out in those cityscape there. Just picture that for a second. It's alright, even. What the heck are explosive rounds? They probably say at some point how many people live on the Citadel. I mean, okay, sure, Sean. I'll call it a boss. Terrible boss, but it does qualify as a boss. It's like the last 2 bosses. All I'm saying is Mass Effect 1 has bad boss fights. That's really all I'm trying to say. Not their forte. I did get it, but I don't get it, Zactaft. Like, I don't understand it. You have outbrained me, sir. No, you're right. You're right. I qualified as not a boss out of disdain, but I shouldn't do that. They're just bad boss fights. Jesus. That, okay. Okay. Have you finished Mass Effect 3, Latario? This reminds me of most. The Neverwinter Nights outro. That's another boss situation, by the way. Oh, I thought you hadn't played the series before, Latario. Oh, whatever. It's a corridor with some good visuals. Like, I do like the visuals of walking on the outside of Citadel Tower. That's pretty cool. Gameplay-wise, it's a corridor with the same enemies we've been fighting since the second planet. No, that's Neverwinter Nights 2. Neverwinter Nights 1's final encounter and boss is a cave, I kid you not, with some random enemies, which have a bunch of stats, and then a boss. Which is, yeah. The fact that we're slowly approaching on Sovereign, that's pretty cool. But ultimately, this is probably going to be a gameplay negative, story positive situation. Yeah, she likes to cast a lot of instant death spells, which is... You roll your will save? Okay, you're good. You can argue D&D in general doesn't lend itself towards boss fights, and you would be wrong. Think about how much work we're making for the keepers right now. The other one? Hey, Baron. The worst migraine I ever had, which you asked a few days ago, was one, it was actually a cluster headache specifically, but I'm going to call it a migraine because the difference is minute. It was so bad that I couldn't see, as in I could not process sight. And if I tried to lay down, it actually got worse. So I had to sit or stand upright and just do this for a few hours until it finally started to fade. I was thinking, what'd you do for a few hours? Nothing. Which is much more horrific than it sounds, and that's actually all I'm going to say about that, I think. Usually, I'm actually pretty good at entertaining myself when I have nothing else going on. I've often said that I lack the ability to be bored, because even sitting alone in a room, I can keep myself entertained. But, sometimes I just can't, because, you know, it hurts too much, or I can't focus, or I can't think, or whatever. That was one of those situations. Yeah, exactly, Trathan. It's just, at a certain point, it's, well, okay, and that's the end of that. Just a final trenchway here. that's the other fun thing. Most pain medication doesn't work against the really bad headaches. Like, you can stop a headache, but migraines, cluster headaches, nothing you can do about it. It hurts. Yeah, it's nothing. It also makes you nauseous. And throwing up when you have a headache just feels awful, by the way. Of course I do, Lataria. There was our Marauder shields of this game. How does one cure headaches? With lightning vision! Okay. We're pretty much at the end now. Hang on, let me jot some thoughts down. There's apparently more trash up ahead. Literally just basic Geth troopers. Come on, game, really. What is this, Mass Effect 3? Final boss time. Cruelty does not become someone who is good, Latario. Conrad lived, yes.
I was afraid you wouldn't make it in time, Shepard.
In time for what?
The final confrontation. I think we both expected it would end like this. You've lost. You know that, don't you? In a few minutes, Sovereign will have full control of all the Citadel systems. The relay will open. The Reapers will return.
I've still got a few tricks up my sleeve.
You survived our encounter on Vermeier. But I've changed since then. Improved. Sovereign has upgraded me.
You can tell because I don't look different at all.
You let Sovereign implant you? Are you insane?
I suppose I should thank you, Shepard. After Vermeier, I couldn't stop thinking about what you said. About Sovereign manipulating me. About indoctrination. The doubts began to eat away at me. Sovereign sensed my hesitation. I was implanted to strengthen my resolve. Now my doubts are gone. I believe in Sovereign completely. I understand that the Reapers need organics. Join us, and Sovereign will find a place for you, too.
Sovereign's controlling you through your implants. Don't you see that?
The relationship is symbiotic. Organic and machine intertwined. A union of flesh and steel. The strengths of both, the weaknesses of neither. I am a vision of the future, Shepard. The evolution of all organic life. This is our destiny. Join Sovereign and experience a true rebirth.
Sovereign hasn't won yet. I can stop it from taking control of the station. Step aside and the invasion will never happen.
We can't stop it. Not forever. You saw the visions. You saw what happened to the Protheans. The Reapers are too powerful.
Some part of you must still realize this is wrong. You can fight this.
Maybe you're right. Maybe there is still a chance for... The implants. Sovereign is too strong. I'm sorry. It is too late for me.
Deliberate callback to the Thorian.
It's not over yet. You can still redeem yourself.
Goodbye, Shepard. Thank you.
I actually do think Saren is well written. Sure hope so. I already gave him a positive.
Vigil's data file worked. I've got control of all systems.
Quick! Open the station's arms! Maybe the fleet can take Sovereign down before he regains control of the station!
See if you can open a communications channel.
The Destiny Ascension. Main drives offline. Kinetic barriers down 40%. The Council is on board. I repeat, the Council is on board.
Normandy to the Citadel. Normandy to the Citadel. Please tell me that's you, Commander.
I'm here, Joker.
We caught that distress call, Commander. I'm sitting here in the Endura sector with the entire Arcturus fleet. We can save the Ascension. Just unlock the relays around the Citadel and we'll send the cavalry in.
Are you sure about this, Shepard? Human casualties will be very high if you send your fleet in now.
This is bigger than humanity. Sovereign's a threat to every organic species in the galaxy.
True. That's why you can't waste reinforcements trying to save the Council. You must hold them back until the Citadel arms open up and the human fleet can go after Sovereign.
What's the order, Commander? Come in now to save the Ascension, or hold back?
I pretty much always save the Council. Not because of the Council, who are evil and stupid, but because of what it does for galactic politics and how badly humanity runs things in its place. However, since we're going ahead and trying new things...
Hold off, Joker. We're not sacrificing human lives to save the Council. Keep our ships back until they can get a shot at Sovereign.
Sacrifice the Council for the greater good? I sure hope you know what you're doing.
All Alliance ships, hold formation. Wait for a shot at Sovereign. Nothing else matters. I repeat, nothing else matters.
Commander, we're picking up reinforcements.
It's the Alliance! Open a comm channel!
This is the Ascension. We're taking heavy damage. Guardian defenses are over... Kinetic barriers are offline.
Commander, they closed the channel.
Because it's the hero ship enters. Yeah, I had to hang up on them one last time. Correct, Evo. So, final boss.
Make sure he's dead.
What's the name of the Leaper Geth? I actually can't remember. Is it a Stalker? I like how Tali does it, by the way.
He's dead.
Anyways, I hope you like Stalkers. No, I think it's a terrible call, Zactef. I never make it. Sovereign.
I am Sovereign, and this station is mine.
It's literally, it's a stalker. It's just a stalker with more stats. That's all it is. For God's sakes, we're even being jammed. I just noticed that. There is no Saren left in that, not at all. I believe that's the first time we see the Reaper beam.
Sovereign's too strong! We have to pull back!
Negative. This is our only chance. Take that monster down no matter what the cost.
Working on it. Shields regenerated there. That's what I was hoping for, honestly. Joker's got a quad. This makes sense in its own way. In hindsight, this makes no sense at all. That's okay.
Its shields are down. Now's our chance.
Hit it with everything we got.
Right.
Hard on my flank. We're going in.
Gotta give the Normandy the big shot. Not the frigates all over the place pounding the crap out of it. So this is funny. You'd think there'd be some debris, and, well, that would make sense considering.
Go!
Whatever's above a frigate, then. And we're dead. Yep, Sovereign gave me the finger.
Captain Anderson, we found them. They're in here.
Fake out death. Negative to story.
Take it easy. It's over. You're safe now. Where's the commander?
But Anderson, your face isn't moving. Is this game art? That's a silly question. I mean, Mega Man X7 is hard. Don't worry, Shepard will never die. Hang on, pose. Ready for it, ready for it.
We got your message, Ambassador. What's all this about?
No need to get worked up, Captain. I'd like to end this meeting with all my teeth still in place.
You should thank me for what I did. If the Normandy was still grounded, we'd all be dead right now.
I understand, Captain. You did what you had to do. That's not why you're here. We need to talk about what happened to the Council.
They're extremely dead.
Shepard did the right thing. We had to hold our fleet back to go after Sovereign. It was the only way.
I agree, but this also presents us with an opportunity. The Citadel fleets were decimated in the attack. Their losses have made the Alliance stronger. They can't rebuild without us. We need to take the lead in forming a new council, one with a human chairman at its head.
I can see the other races inviting us to join the council, but lead it? That's a whole different story.
The other species are scared. They've never faced anything like this before. They don't know what to do. They want us to step forward. They believe in us because of you, Shepard. You saved the galaxy from Sovereign. You're a symbol of everything good about humanity, our courage, our strength.
The Ambassador's right. The other races look up to us now. They won't just accept our leadership. They'll welcome it.
Given everything you've done, Commander, the Alliance will want to know who you think our council chairman should be.
No one should ever pick this, so...
We're about to go into war. We need someone with military experience. Someone like Captain Anderson.
You make a good case. Captain, are you ready for this?
I don't know if any of us are ready for this, but I'll do what I can. So what happens now?
By the way, I saw a YouTube video a few years ago, which was titled something along the lines of, "Because no one makes this choice." And it was showing the cutscene if you pick Udina.
The Reapers are still out there. They're coming. And I'm gonna find some way to stop them.
Some way that involves a dramatic pose.
Shepard's right. We're headed for war with the Reapers. If we lose, it's the end of all life as we know it. We have to show the rest of the galaxy what it takes to survive. With the support of the other races, we can win this battle. With them behind us, we can stand against the Reapers' return and drive them back into dark space.
And there it is. Pose here. The end. Aw, I can't help that. Yeah, what is the renegade pose? Oh yeah, I need to mute this one, don't I? Right. Sorry. Hell, I had that problem back last time I streamed this. Never mind nowadays, where it's much worse. Yeah, I just see YouTube coming at me with a baseball bat. Now, I was doing some of the audit during some of those cutscenes, so let's see if we can finish this up in a hurry. If you haven't gotten in your guesses, this is your last chance to get in your golden number guesses right now. What do you think about replayability, everybody? Oh, I'm in gameplay, that's fine. There are some very mild, but there are some new Game Plus features. That is a worthy of note thing. Okay. That actually didn't take that long at all. Let's run through the sheet. Let's see if we missed anything, shall we? Once I finish typing this right now, so you have got literal seconds to make your guess. Because I'm about to lock down the sheet, so make your guess if you haven't. This is really loud. There. Just skip that. Yeah, thank goodness for that, Hazardous, am I right? Alright, easiest way to do this is just to do this. Boop. Let's lock this down. Okay, put that over there. Look back at that in a second. I'm really curious how this one's gonna line up, but let's make sure we're being thorough first. Is there anything we missed? I think we could give a foreshadowing plus. Actually, I'm going to change my mind on that. I'm actually scared what people's reactions are going to be to whatever the score is. Because whatever it is, people are going to be upset, I guarantee it. Internal continuity. I think Mass Effect 1 keeps track of its internal continuity better than most of the games in this series. Probably Chthon. Damn you, Croatia! You let us down! That's not true at all, actually. Mako, now redubbed the Croatia, carried us through quite a bit. So that would be it on the story axis. Let's shuffle over to gameplay for a second. Ironically, so far the remaster has gotten 2 negatives and 1 positive that I'm aware of. The positive is the increase in graphics fidelity in the background. I already mentioned that. Photo mode, I don't know. Someone give me an opinion on photo mode, because I don't have one. I suppose. Alright, hang on. Let me give 57 negatives for questioning me, TSB. Those are negatives 2 TSB. And let me go look up our Cyberpunk review. Because that's after the Oblivion line, and that has a photo mode. I do like Rex's ass. It's the best ass in the game. Yes, that's kind of what I was thinking, because Cyberpunk's photo mode was better. Oblivion does not have a photo mode that I'm aware of, no. No, we actually did earlier, Dakota. It's okay. Under normal circumstances, I give it an aggregate, but I don't have anything else to fill out that aggregate. Yeah, Oblivion has AFKing, same with Fallout 3. If you guys want to argue for a positive for photo mode, I'll allow it. Let's see. Oh, it's definitely not more than 1. No way in hell. Ghost of Tsushima and Cyberpunk both have better photo modes than this. allow it. I'll allow it. Like I said, I'm not going to fight back against that one. And there's replayability. We already discussed that. Alright, I'm feeling nauseous. That's why I'm just kind of resting for a second. Yeah, by the way, what are you guys arguing about? I completely missed what character you're arguing about up there. I got tons of water, but water's not going to help me with that. Yet the indoctrination's getting to me. You know, I mean, would it really be that bad if we just served the Reapers? Think about it. Yeah, they'll spare me as look, I'm useful, okay? I can explain to others how useful the Reapers are. That makes me useful. It's just machine logic. That's how that works. Ah, got you, Oni. Thank you. I missed the beginning of it, and I just saw you two going back and forth, and I saw nothing that indicated what you were discussing, and I was just like, what did I miss? That's everything. All right. Yeah, I think that's everything. Let's get some scores going, shall we? We haven't gotten to the gold number. I just finished the audit. I need to get my number. So we've got 60, 23, 23, 36. Okay. Leaves us with the net plus 37 to story, which, if we're being honest, by the way, is huge. That also leaves us with a net negative 13 to gameplay. It's not as bad as I thought it would be. Yeah, I really thought it was going to be lower. I really did, but it is what it is. I double-checked. Photo mode pushed it up by 1. just say? 37. And negative 13. There we go. Oh, I guarantee the second game is going to have a better gameplay score. I'm not sure about the third. Let's see. That is a story ratio of 72%, which is pretty damn good. Gameplay ratio of 39%, which is not as good. Could I get a drum roll, please? Yeah, no, that sounds about right. I'm gonna get flamed alive for this, though. Final score, golden number, for Mass Effect 1 is almost exactly what I was expecting. It is 51.6. That is about exactly what I was expecting. I didn't think it was going to break the 80 range, but I thought it was going to be above the 40 range, and I was right. So let's see, who came closest? 51.6. We got a 55 from Bragwin. Some of these guesses amuse me a little bit. We've got another 55. Nope, Bragwin's closer. Thank you, Lola Mossite. I do appreciate it. Oh, there's a 50 from Trihexia. I'm just glad I don't have to do a third rumination on this game. Could you imagine? And here's the final score. Oh my god! In fact, you really want to think about how much people would dislike me for this? Check this out. Cyberpunk's golden number was 104.6. Lots of people guessed 100 plus, DJT. Most people guessed 100 plus. Oh yeah, almost entirely on presentation. In fact, Cyberpunk did have a better gameplay score. Cyberpunk's gameplay score was -1. Final thoughts before I chop off, and then we'll start Mass Effect 2 Monday. The reason that score doesn't surprise me is everything I've already talked about. This is an ambitious game made by people who are trying something that was ultimately new to them at the time. They were trying to branch out into a different genre and really stake their claim on their own IP. August 29th. Or no, it isn't. I have no idea. I'd have to look it up. And they were trying, and they pushed out some great ideas and some terrible ideas. Some awful ideas. But nevertheless, it's understandable why Mass Effect took off the way it did. For the same reason most first games take off. Because regardless of the quality of the game, which almost doesn't matter, it's the uniqueness of it, the presentation of it, and the parts of it that stick with you. And as we talked about earlier, both today and yesterday, most people in my experience tend to care a little bit more about the story than the gameplay. And, well, there you go. There's Mass Effect 1 in a nutshell. More story than gameplay. I need to figure out what Trihexia was putting that towards. The Bureau? Is that on the list? Controversy. Don't even get me started about the controversy. God, that was so stupid. So stupid. Bureau is not on the list. Okay. We'll put that as a maybe then. We did, Venters. The one that was there, we did. So tomorrow, no stream. Even if I'm not hanging out with the family, no stream. You have lots of pending questions for me, but right now I need to go lay down. So, all that gets to wait. Monday at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Mass Effect 2. Croatia!